Serious parents with a disabled child. Do you ever regret having children? Why or why not? Hi. Mom of a 15-year-old boy born with Sotos syndrome, autism, PDD/nose, global pattern development delay, oppositional defiance disorder, ADHD, sensory processing disorder, and a myriad of other cognitive and intellectual disabilities. What does all of that mean? He is a literal giant. No, really, he is medically classified as a giant, and as atypical Sotos, who very much wants to be like his same age peers, but is very much in his own little world of Playhouse Disney/Disney Junior and Star Wars. He is a loving, sweet, funny kid until he isn't, and his triggers vary from day to day. Then he becomes violent, physical aggression, property destruction, self-harm, choking, biting, skin picking, nose picking. He is a very smart person who is also extremely manipulative. Whether that manipulation is on purpose, we don't know. My son is only one in 10,000 people in the world with his specific array of diagnosis, and one of 25 with his genetic macup. We know of only one other peer in the US like him, and that young man lives in Michigan. We've never reached out to the family, but we've thought about it. My son requires 24/7 care, special schools, special camps, meds, doctors. Because of his size, 6 feet 6 inches and 340 pounds, we have to special order clothing, underwear, pajamas, shoes, size 18, 4E, and socks. We have a home care provider to give us breaks. I recently quit working full time because the boy was having a crash and burn cycle, which then played a part in my own crash and burn. We are not rich, but we work hard. My husband took extra shifts and I went to freelancing. We've gotten our son somewhat on track, but on Friday my husband called me in a panic while I was having an afternoon to myself before our daughter's track meet in another town 30 minutes away. Our son attacked him, and he had to call the police. It was kind of the leftovers from a meltdown requiring restraints from the night before. I raced home. Leos were absolutely wonderful. My son calmed before they arrived. My poor husband was really upset and scratched up. We have never had to call for police help before. It was a really sad milestone in our son's development. Do I regret having my son? Yes and no. It breaks my heart to see him struggle. It rips me to shreds to see him want to travel and drive and have friends and be a cool dude like he says, but it just isn't possible, except he is cool after me. It is emotionally, physically, mentally, and financially draining. My husband is my third husband, and he is amazing. My son's father has nothing to do with him. This lifestyle can rip relationships apart, and that is hard. I don't have friends. My daughter, who is 15 months younger than her big brother, and was an oops baby way before we ever knew my son was high needs, suffers at times. We work really hard to give her every opportunity in the world. My parents help with her a lot. She loves her brother, but does not have a high tolerance for his bullshit. So in many ways it is a typical brother/sister relationship and the most normal thing in our lives. I don't like that everyone struggles. I regret that part. I regret the pain this causes to my son and loved ones. But my son saved me. I was a real piece of shit human. Not a good wife. Not even a good mom when the kids were little. I had no ambition. No motivation. I was a full-blown alcoholic that was barely functioning. I should have been dead, in jail, and all other horrible things, but he saved me. I've always known that I'm pretty much the only person he has. I'm his human. He needs me. I understand him and know him better than anyone. I have seen people dismiss him and kind of figuratively toss him aside. I don't really know what my light bulb moment was, but I remember slapping a guy across the face for yelling at my son and calling him a beach for screaming. He used to be Alec. And really being mad someone would say that about my son. This was probably 12 years ago. Around the same time I also began to have a real sensitivity to the R word. To this day I partner with Special Olympics and Best Buddies to increase awareness to spread the word to end the word. I was 22 when my son was born. I had a lot of growing up to do that I fought against for a long time. I was a thought before the word existed. Meanwhile I had this kid who needed an adult, and then I had another kid who needed an adult. It took me a while, but I grew up. I learned special education, the system, doctors, lingo, and have been a fierce advocate of persons with disabilities living a good quality of life. I'm not a psycho, puzzle piece wielding, warrior mom who is in all of the Facebook groups and area support groups. Fact. That. Sheet. I do things my own way. It helps that I'm a more solitary person by nature to begin with, so the isolation that can come with the lifestyle isn't so bad for me. I'm pretty calm. I advocate strongly. I know my sheet. I vaccinate. No, vaccinations did not and do not cause autism. We don't do the sheet science diets because there is not a diet that is going to cure this, and there is not a diet that will make this better. I do homeopathic things for some comfort of my own, but the pseudoscience moms can just keep all of that sheet over in their corner and I'll stay in my lane, and that's that. We do track his food on MyFitnessPal and watch what he eats and use calories in / calories out for him. He is built like a brick sheet house. He needs a little help when it comes to food intake. I love my son for what he has done for me. He made me see the world in a different way. He made me compassionate and kind and strong and articulate. He made me a lifelong student. He made me an expert in my kid. He made me be objective and learn how to play devil's advocate. He has forced me to be social. He has shown me that other people are good. He has shown me that people who are assholes aren't worth our time. He has shown me how to laugh and love and care without limits. He has shown me bravery and courage under fire. He has made me an expert in conflict resolution, problem solving, and research. He taught me to ask questions. He has taught me a lot of what I know about being an adult and good human. I'm learning more every day. I don't talk about my son a lot to other people, especially on the interwebs. I don't post to social media much about my son, because I believe that, whether he understands me trying to preserve his dignity and right to privacy or not, I respect him and want to do that for him. I talk to my husband, care worker, my own therapist, and that's it. So please pardon my wall of text. It's been a rough few days with the big guy, but damn it, I love him to pieces. My kids are my world. My son saved me. My daughter did too, in a different way. I literally could not survive without these little people, who I refuse to believe are growing up. I'm a young mom, 38 with a 15 and 14-year, but I'm glad for what that has done for me and them, and how we've kind of come up together. So, Redditors. TLDR, I have regrets for the pain, worry, struggle, isolation, and limits. The lifestyle is hard as hell. I don't regret what the lifestyle has given me and how it changed me. It is selfish to hear, but it's true. So my duty is to give my son the best quality of life possible. Striving to always be better, do more, and have fun is something I don't regret. We will always have Santa and the Easter Bunny. We will always have toys in our home. We will have a child at home long after he is legally an adult. We will have fun and love and do our best. It's a unique parenting challenge in life that I wouldn't have had without him. So I'll take it. If you made it this far, thanks for reading. As I said earlier, I don't talk much about him. I just live. We live. Some days we just exist, and that's okay too. This was good for me today, even if no one gets it. I didn't know I needed to put all of this into words today, but I did. So yeah, thanks. Edited for update. Wow. Thanks. I did not expect such a tremendous response. I'm admittedly a Reddit neophyte. I only recently started reading more and subbing more because things on Reddit were making me laugh and feel happy on days when there wasn't a lot to make me laugh or be super stoked about. I had to Google and then ask my husband what certain things meant because I'm an old and would like someone to come program my VCR whilst I yell at the kids to get off of my goddamn lawn. But in all seriousness, thank you. I have read every response so far and tried to respond to messages and show my appreciation as much as possible. I still have quite a few more to go, but I'm cleaning while the tank naps and trying to plan the rest of our day. We live in such a weird world. I'm guilty of not understanding of what others may be going through that I cannot see. I think we all are at times. But yeah, be kind and stuff. Because you don't know what other people are going through at first, or even second glance. Thanks, folks, a lot. This will probably get buried, but there aren't many real responses, so I thought I'd throw in my 2 cents. I found out during my last pregnancy that my daughter had a severe form of Turner syndrome. She would be born with a heart defect, a kidney defect, and would have been mentally retarded among a list of other things. I was against abortion and wanted to let life play out, so we decided to go through with the pregnancy despite numerous doctors warning us that our daughter would have a terribly tough life. She ended up stillborn at 25 weeks. After seeing her, I felt absolutely ashamed. It was so abundantly clear that she was not built for this world. Had she survived, her every moment would have been suffering, all while waiting for transplants and procedures, just so she could keep suffering. All of that, just so that I could feel better about my choice not to make a hard choice while I was pregnant. I'm pregnant again now, and have agreed with my husband that, if the same thing happened again, we would abort. It's easy not to do something like have an abortion. But once that child is born, you and the child don't get a choice. The medical system will do whatever it takes to keep them alive, including prolonging their suffering. I should have stopped her suffering the moment I had the chance. That is the truly noble decision, and is way less selfish than allowing my child to suffer, just for my own pride. I'm so thankful that she died. My 9-year-old has autism, and we were told he would never even talk, let alone do all the social things other kids do. We had his birthday party yesterday, and while you'd think he's only 5 or 6 when he talks, he talks. Not only that, he socializes. He's awkward as fuck about it, and tends to just turns tail and wander off when he suddenly needs a break from everything and people, but he does interact. When he was first diagnosed, I'll admit that yes, I had some regret. I felt like an awful mother for it too, then came to terms with the fact that my feelings were normal, and I needed to get used to him and everything required for his disability, including therapy 5 days a week, 45 minutes away in another city. It took time, but now, no, I do not regret it or him. I've learned to take things as they come and cherish all of the milestones my son achieves. After all, they were things everyone said he'd never do. Edit, leaving work now, so if I can't reply to you, I'm sorry, but I wanted to say thank you so much to everyone that's replied to me so far. You've all been so supportive when I was honestly scared I'd get ripped apart for admitting the way I felt when G was diagnosed, and also for telling about how I was in denial about his symptoms for over 6 months before I said okay, he needs to see the doctor. Thank you to everyone for being wonderful supportive people that understand how hard it can be for a parent with a disabled child, and that we're just human, not perfect. Father of an 11-year-old son on the spectrum with severe AD and IED. He's funny as shit and the most loving person on the planet. More than that, he's his own person no matter what. Wearing boots with shorts? He doesn't give a fuck, because he wanted to wear both. Hat pulled down so far it makes his ears stick out. That's how he likes it. He's honestly made me reevaluate my own social stigmas and hang-ups. All of that said, he's the reason we stopped at 2 kids. My wife had severe depression during pregnancy and the safe antidepressant that she was on is now linked to autism, so there's that aspect of it. To edit, it was Prozac that she was on. I'm on mobile and also an idiot, so I can't link the article, but if you Google Prozac link to autism several articles come up. Edit 2, the link between the medication and the autism simply adds another layer to the what if game. I'm not looking to place blame or even get compensation for anything. I think they simply didn't know back then. Also, it's not a definite cause effect. Also IED equals INTERMITTENT explosive disorder. More or less that means he doesn't get a little upset about something, he has a complete meltdown. He doesn't get a little happy about something, he has the best day of his life several times a day. Third and probs final edit. My son is very high functioning. He leads a very normal life, he's just a little quirky. Parenting is hard regardless of what your children need, and his mom and I have made plenty of mistakes. I do not regret having him even with the autism. My biggest concern is about how he'll manage living on his own, etc. He's very much like Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. If we tell him not to run, he starts skipping. He often enforces rules that he has no business enforcing, correcting other people's children or even telling adults that something isn't allowed. It's never a dull moment with that kid, that's for sure. I regret having my 9-year-old with autism and oppositional defiance disorder every single day. I don't care if I get downvoted to hell either. She is very verbal and can be as sweet as a peach when she gets her way, but doing the hard work of parenting her correctly has been a nightmare. She was an unwanted pregnancy when I was a dumb 20-year-old. I was in a lot of psych meds before I realized I was pregnant. That I think messed her brain up. I had taken plan B perfectly like on the instructions the one time I had unprotected sex. I figured that would have been the end of that worry. I didn't realize I was pregnant until she was about 10 weeks gestation and immediately stopped taking my meds, but alas. By the time I could get the money together for an abortion, the closest Planned Parenthood was a 7-hour drive, so no go there. The pregnancy was too far along. I wish I would have looked into adoption now. BO dad has never been in the picture and the first 5 years were pretty rough but manageable since I had family help and a super supportive husband. Once she started kindergarten she was getting suspended from school constantly for stupid shit like throwing an empty water bottle at the principal or hitting her teacher. Her IEP was essentially worthless and I couldn't hold down a job or go to school because I had no one to watch her. Every single week at random times I'd get called to take her home for 2 to 3 days at a time. So I did what I thought was best and we packed up and moved out of state with her to a much more supportive area with better schools. We have been here for 3 years and it's been hell. Her professional supports, school, in-home therapist, the community have all been outstanding, but I have no support for myself besides my husband and we are moving back to our home state in 3 weeks because I'm becoming too ill myself from all of this. She bites, kicks, screams, runs away into traffic, calls us grotesque names when she doesn't get her way. Wednesday I had to call the police because she refused to get into the car when it was time to go home, and when I was finally able to literally drag her kicking / biting / 70 pounders into the car and close it, she tried to bust the window open. She took an ambulance ride to the hospital and was a little angel for them when she calmed down and they said she wasn't a threat and sent her home. I'm very bitter and resentful. I've done everything I can for her to give her a good life. She has in-home specialists come to teach her coping skills 5 hours every week. She is in one of the best school districts in Pennsylvania. I pay for acting and swimming classes for her, but when I sit down and have to discipline her or make her do her homework, I get verbally and physically abused, and there's only so much one person can take when you give and get nothing in return. I feel guilty because her baby brother is neurotypical and we have a very strong bond and I love him more, but I'm becoming more apathetic every day to my toxic feelings towards my daughter. Almost always I hope that when we move back home that she gets arrested and ends up in juvenile detention so she can see how good she has it at home with me and so I can get a break from her. Throw away for obvious reasons. I had rubella, German measles, in the first trimester of my pregnancy. As a result my son was born deaf, with ADHD and is probably on the spectrum, although they didn't diagnose it often back in the 70s. As he grew older I realized that he was probably a sociopath as well, although that wasn't diagnosed either. I started doing my own research and realized I had a child with massive problems and impossible behaviors that no one but me and his school system recognized. Unfortunately they decided that I was making him have the problems, so there was no help there. I did everything possible to teach him, well, anything, but he never cared to learn. He was horrible to animals, except for his cat, until he realized that it wasn't good for his own health to act on his impulses. Yes, I beat my kid. Not badly, but it had to hurt, or it was ignored. Switches that stung worked pretty well. I didn't want to hurt him, I just wanted him to understand that behaviors have consequences. He refused to learn to sign. The Helen Keller thing did not work for him. So, he had no language aside from pointing and typical facial expressions and gestures. I had a husband who was an over-the-road trucker and never home, and a mother who refused to take care of herself physically and expected me to do it all. So many stories. At any rate, when he was 10 I divorced my husband and told him that he had to take custody. He thought I was a problem anyway and did love his kid. Or at least thought he did. He found out pretty fast that the behaviors I described weren't my imagination. When a string of babysitters quit, he married and moved across the country. Yay, for not having to deal with it anymore. I met someone and put myself back together, went to college, and got a degree. One day about 10 years after the divorce I got the idiot idea to check up on the kid. I got the stepmom on the phone. She said, God knows what to him. He wanted to come and visit in a few days. When I said that was impossible due to work and that I needed a week to arrange some time off. He apparently literally destroyed his room and beat up the neighbor. She told me never to contact them again. No problem. I changed my name and never tried again. Well, it's been 30 years and I did a Google search for him. He's in prison doing 15 to life for rapping a child. She was 11. He's 6'6" and a monster. I hope someone shoves a shiv into him so that he never gets out. I've worked with disabled children and loved them all. I would have given anything for him to have anything different. It's hard to take care of a paralyzed child, but dealing with one so mentally faked is impossible. God help any of you who have to do it. You have my greatest respect. My son is 9 and nonverbal and moderately autistic. He is an incredibly warm and friendly soul and we love him and have done everything for him. My wife basically gave up her career to be home and take care of him, and I took myself off the corporate track so I could be home more with him. We live in New York City, away from our families, because nowhere else in the country can he get the services and support that he can get here. When you have teachers protesting because of teaching out of decades-old books, the schooling and accommodation for a disabled child is practically non-existent. H is a 2-parent child. Words have no meaning to him, and the only interactions you have with him are requests, hugs, or being hit. He will speak in about 3-word sentences and most of them are rote that he has known since he was 3. Imagine a child who has the language skills of maybe a 15-month-old, and that's where we are as a 9-year-old. Trying to find out what he means or says is a daily struggle. There are some words we know and can give him what he wants. However, he uses labels such as orange or duck and expects you to help him find it. Again, words have no meaning, so he gets frustrated, and so do we. My wife and I wake up every morning to the fact that every other moment are friends. Pre-H, as you only make friends with parents of other disabled children afterwards. Another post is completely foreign. We will be retiring for 3 as H will never leave the house, never go to college, never bring his fiancée home to meet us, and never bring grandkids over for us to visit. Finally, we live with the absolute fear that once we are gone, who will love him and take care of him? Will he even understand that we have died and just keep begging for mommy or keep saying daddy home soon, daddy home soon? Yay, that's lives and what we have to look forward to. To answer your question, based on the knowledge I had at the time prior to my wife getting pregnant, I would not change a thing. We were so incredibly happy and hopeful. That time prior to age 1 was magical, and we had so much hope. That said, if I knew then what I knew now, I wouldn't have brought him into this world. His frustration is real and grows every day. He is the 95% for height and weight, so I'm getting to where I can't physically handle him. I need to. Our frustration and sense of hopelessness continues to grow. And to be very frank, there are large swaths of this country that do not give a shit about him, and I'm incredibly fearful of what will happen once we leave this earth, and he is here all alone. So no, if I knew then what I know now, H wouldn't be here, and that's the sorriest thing in the world to say, and I hate myself for even thinking it. I have a son who was born with multiple problems, no official name for what it was, but chief among them is a congenital heart defect. After he was born, we spent a month going back and forth to the NICU and the hospital. We had 2 other kids at home, so we couldn't just move in like some other parents. When he was released from the hospital, he came home on oxygen, a feeding tube, a physical therapy schedule, and so much medication that one of us was up with him every 2 hours. Nobody in the house was getting sleep. The dogs were relegated to living outside, except when we were home, because they decided the oxygen line looked like something to chew on. Don't feel bad for the dogs. Getting the baby out of the house during that time was such a chore that I hardly left anymore. Aside from his many doctor's appointments all across town, I was pretty much just around to care for him. I had a ton of friends who helped. My regular D&D group moved mountains for us. They started coming over to watch the older kids, even learned the baby's schedule. These were already good friends, but in those months, they became family. Anyway, my son died when he was 3 months old. I wasn't home. Another friend dragged me out shopping. My husband knows infant CPR through his work. He tried. The ambulance arrived quickly. They tried. But in the end, well, there was just too much wrong with his little body. You ask if I regret it? I'm not sure. I waffle on that question. I remember days where I was so tired that I'd function only during feeding and medication times. But I also remember days where I was holding him and everything felt right, like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be right now. I will say, the night after my son died, I slept a full 10 hours of deep uninterrupted sleep for the first time in 3 months, and it was the best sleep I've ever gotten. I have a 3-year-old girl with Down syndrome. We found out about 18 weeks in utero, when the ultrasound showed a severe heart defect that would need to be surgically corrected 3 months after birth. She had a twin who didn't make it. Amniocentesis confirmed the genetics the OB suspected. At the time, my wife and I a lot going on in our personal lives, major life transition type stuff. Building a home, purchasing a business, pregnant with twins, and all the bad news came extremely fast and left us basically shell-shocked. We stayed up talking and crying for a couple weeks, ultimately making the decision to give the kid a chance, and knowing that if she wound up nonverbal, paralyzed, eating through a tube, zero quality of life, that whatever quality of life she had, or lack thereof, would basically be our fault for pushing through a pregnancy that had all the warning signs of this could end badly. We are 3 years into this now. I'm telling you, this girl is the goddamn light of my life. She spreads joy everywhere she goes. She waves and blows kisses at strangers. She gives hugs for no particular reason. Everywhere we go, people remember her. She's walking, running, knows more sign language than I do, and picking up words left and right. She did have her heart surgery at 3 months old. The defect was corrected. The surgeons saved both our lives. I think in a lot of ways, parents hope their kids are going to be stronger in areas of their lives where they are weak. I'm pretty introverted and awkward. I feel like most of my life I've been waiting for the other shoe to drop, and when we found out about her, it felt like this was it. I was mostly angry that the shoe dropped on my kid, but now I see how much joy she brings to others, how she has no reservations when walking into a group of kids she doesn't know, how her default mode is happy, and how it spreads to others quickly. Biggest things that have changed, our life plan is no longer to get the kids to 18 and then we are free. Our plan is that we are a family together and she'll probably be living with us her entire life, and we have to be okay with that. That took a little adjustment, but honestly at this point that feels like a blessing instead of a curse. The other big adjustment is the idea that one of these days, if we don't take care of ourselves and plan accordingly, she's going to be alone with only the state and any surviving relatives to help her out. They say one of the greatest tragedies is when a parent outlives their child. When I think about my future, that is actually the goal here. I'm going to do everything I can to take care of myself and my estate so that my beautiful girl has me around as long as she needs me. It's my honor and blessing to do it. And hopefully shortly, after she puts down her burdens, I'll be able to put down mine and be satisfied with the lives we led. My former partner had a heavily disabled kid. He was in his late teens when I knew him and was a horrible burden on her life. He had so many problems. The most obvious and hard to deal with was a total lack of situational understanding or decency, so sometimes he'd just get an impulse and follow it through, whether that meant pushing stuff onto the floor, throwing it, breaking it, biting it, or whatever. So obviously he needed constant supervision, which was hard in itself, because a lot of the time he'd be doing gross and pervy stuff, not just constantly getting his junk out and playing with himself, but real weird stuff like peeing into his hands and splashing it everywhere and over people, so obviously no one wanted to be near him or really in sight of him. and she pretty much ended up just never going out and spending most her life dedicated to this absolutely useless, aggressive, disgusting son of hers. To my shame, I couldn't put up with it. Big problem was, if he called out for his mum and she didn't come, he'd start acting up and screaming, so even if I only went round there late evening when he was in bed and we'd lock the door to her room, it was hard to enjoy ourselves because she'd have to get up, put some clothes on and rush to see what he needed, and often it'd be something that totally killed the mood. Like one time she came back with this horrified look on her face and said, "Sorry, I need to get him in the shower. He's been rubbing his pup over himself again." My daughter with Atara syndrome Wold faced a life of 24/7 dependent care for however long she cold lived on a ventilator/feeding tube. This syndrome presents with no possibility of normal brain function from birth. Upon hearing that, my husband and I decided to take her home from the NICU and let her pass with palliative care. We had no interest in keeping her body alive if there was no chance of consciousness. She lived a total of 16 days. Had we gotten a more gray area diagnosis with at least some hope for some kind of life but severe disability, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Just maintenance of the feeding tube was too much for me to handle emotionally, especially since we have a healthy son. It Wold torpedoed our lives and is. I feel devastated to have lost her, but also extremely grateful that her prognosis was so severe. The decision was basically made for us. Unfortunately, they did not find the causative gene, so there's nothing we can test for in future pregnancies. That's the scariest thing. Unless you know what rare genetic abnormality you're looking for, your basic NIP test, Amino, or CVS will only look for big chromosomal issues. But rare genetic syndromes can be extremely severe and basic prenatal tests don't pick them up unless you know what gene variant you're looking for, and even then, there's no guarantee the baby won't have something else wrong with it. My brain-dead daughter passed all of her prenatal screenings with flying colors and was even sent home from the hospital a healthy baby who passed her infant hearing test. We're at a medically excellent institution. It just goes to show that rare genetic disorders can't always be tested for or diagnosed accurately. I have a 17-year with severe autism. He is nonverbal and cannot do anything on his own. I have been raising him myself with help of parents since 2 years old as his biological mother abandoned him. It has been tough raising him. Raising him when he was a child wasn't so bad. He was this laughing bundle of joy. People were more understanding of his disability and his inability to talk because, well, he was just this cute little kid. Now that he has gone through puberty, it's like everything has changed. I'm not really sure I can describe the experiences I've had in transitioning from a child to an adult. Him using minced garlic to try and pleasure himself on the couch was an interesting experience. The added hormones of a teenager along with the autism is a thing you don't think about. As he gets into his 20s and becomes more of an adult, I see further problems. There aren't as many programs available the older you get. We have to start worrying about what he is going to do post-school. Getting a job at his functional level is pretty much out of the question. Overall though, I find myself lucky. I managed somehow to find a wonderful woman who accepts him and is willing to go through all the challenges with me. Her son, who now calls me dad, has been equally challenged by having a severe autistic stepbrother, but he has done remarkable in his part. I absolutely have regrets, and if I could change things somehow I would. But I can't, so I keep going through with what I have. No. My son has a brain tumor. He's had one since he was a baby and he's now 9. It's a slow growing one in his hypothalamus, and as such can't be removed. It caused him to not think he was hungry. He was starving himself as a baby. He's had to have 3 rounds of chemotherapy. At 7, he started puberty. He has an implant similar to Norplant that keeps him from having puberty. It needs to be replaced every year. Insurance is a nightmare. It was fine for a long time, but this past year has been the absolute worst. Luckily, we live near one of the best children's hospitals. They are amazing. Sometimes, even after years, I'll start crying at work. Sure, he's not on chemo now, but it feels like it's best to let it go now instead of when he's on chemo. He's so funny. After the pain of even touching anyone finally subsided, and the Pavlovian response from touching subsided, which took longer, He's now also very loving and huggy. He'll still fly into rages at times, but more often he'll hide if he doesn't want to do something. I can't punish him either. What can I do to him that he hasn't already endured 1000x? Take away stuff? Sure, but this kid can't sit there for an hour with nothing but his imagination. He does it in the MRI, of which he does every 3 to 6 months. Withhold affection? In the past few months is the first he's actually wanted to touch another human being for more than a couple seconds. Get mad at him. His little body has been racked with pain, so severe it has felt like everything is on fire. He's had episodes where his limbs felt like steel and he can't form words. What's a little anger? Another parent here said that it has made her a stronger, better person. I agree. Problems seem so insignificant faced with this. Like creditors are all, your credit score will go down. And I'm like, oh no's click. We have a special goodnight kiss slash TT no slash fist bump slash supernova explosion with sound effects. My daughter and I have one too. It's a kiss slash butterfly kiss slash finger waggle slash hug for 30 seconds. Every problem is swept away by this. Because all you have is this moment. Maybe another one later. Shrug. Now is better. I struggle. Sometimes I think to myself, yes, absolutely I regret it, but I don't hate him, and I don't ever try to make him feel like he is a problem. It is very difficult. When I had my son we had issues with the birthing process, followed by people refusing to help, issues with latching, more people refusing to offer any help or emotional support. My entire family being overseas, except for my useless in-laws, who Mimel cried when someone called her grandma. If that doesn't say it all. We had her watch him when he was 3 months old, after constant colic, crying all night, no sleep, and had her refer to him as a brat. So that's also really nice. I had a community nurse tell me that I think something is wrong with him when he was sliding his mouth along the baby gate we had at the time. My son has autism with a global developmental delay, also has ADHD, undiagnosed and unmedicated, because it's too controversial as it is apparently. Not that it would help him tenfold. He is getting better, understanding more. However, we did find poo next to his bed the other day, and was told it wasn't him. He probably has the mentality of a 6 to 8 year old, but is around 11, so acts like a teenager. It's a fine balance. Honestly, I struggle on a daily basis. I don't even know the last time we got away from him. I know if someone was willing to help babysit once in a while, so my husband and I could reconnect, would be amazing, but no one wants to lift a finger. It's a very hopeless feeling. Edit. Oh, also I hate when people tell me oh he doesn't look like he has autism because he has half decent social skills. That is because of the early intervention that my husband and I did when he was younger, but he does have autism, he does have a delay, it won't go away over time. Telling me this does not help. Not the parent, but the sibling. My sister was born with birth defects. I was only 12 to 13 when she was born, so I did not know what the doctors told them. She was born with a cleft lip and palate, which could be repaired with surgeries. She was also born with shallow hip sockets, which would make it difficult for her to walk without physical therapy. When I got older, I heard the term alopecia, which was the cause for many of her issues. Most people would just assume it is only difficult for the parents. They rarely consider what the sibling has to go through. Before my sister was born, I took part in after-school clubs and spent time with friends on the weekends. That came to an end when my sister was born because my mom needed me to help around the house. Let us fast forward a bit. When I was 15, my sister needed to go have surgery in Atlanta to repair her cleft lip and palate. She stops breathing on the operating table, but they resuscitate her. However, there is brain damage. She is pretty much bedridden as a result. She is put on more meds and has a trach installed. My responsibilities around the house now increase. Fast forward a bit. I graduate high school and start college in a few months. I talk to my parents and try to talk them into getting a nurse to help out since I'm going to be gone. Because my mom has mental issues, undiagnosed, but they do run on her side of the family. She doesn't want to get one. She thinks she can take care of her all by herself. After a few accidents while in college, my mom ends up finding a full-time job and my dad starts working part-time at his, with him becoming the main caregiver. Fast forward once more. My dad is hospitalized, and I'm led to believe he may die. So I go back home. However, because my mom is faked in the head, she only called me down to look after my sister while she stayed at the hospital. My house had no internet, so I could not do my college work as a result. I missed 2 weeks of school because of this. I try to appeal to get myself removed from one of my courses, but the request is denied. I fail the class and lose a major scholarship. About a year later, I had to move back home. Since I lived in the middle of nowhere, work was hard to find without a 30-minute commute. We talk and I agree to become my sister's full-time caregiver while I do college online. My sister eventually passed away 5 years later due to her health complications. In all honesty, I believe that she lived for as long as she did because of the care I gave her. Doctors gave a low life expectancy for her after she was resuscitated, and it was even low before that. But as a result of this, I do not want to have kids. I spent almost a decade changing diapers and calming her when she was crying. Disclaimer: comparatively very mild disability. I was 17 when my baby was born, and it took me a very long time to have his D. George's diagnosed, and in between there was extensive stress as the symptoms played out and seemed like one traumatic event after another. I have no regrets about having him in the sense that I would not undo it. When people ask me this question, or variations of it, I normally say, if I could go back and organize for him to have been born in perfect health, but still be the exact same child, of course I would. If I could go back and postpone having a child for several years, but still have the exact same child, I would. I'm blessed beyond belief that his disability has not yet had implications for him in terms of learning/mental health, although his syndrome does increase the chance of him developing schizophrenia as an adult. But the continual trauma of medical complications and the associated recoveries from his various illnesses/surgeries are exhausting. As he gets older, many symptoms are more appropriately managed, we know more about what to do and expect, and less new things are manifesting, so it has become easier. However, now we are entering a delicate time where he has to process and come to terms with his limitations. What hurts more, watching your baby nearly die as an infant, intubated and comatose in ICU as an 8-year-old, or crying as 14-year-old because he has realized he can't do certain professions and will always have to be managing his health, and he didn't ask to be born this way? It isn't fair. The answer OFC is D, all of the above. Any parent of a disabled child will tell you, it's a constant and fascinating array of new, piercing pain on the regular. Never easier as they age, just different. Different fears and different struggles. So not regret, Peresi. Do I wonder what it would have been like to not be a teenage single mother? Of course. Or to have still been a mother, but have a healthy child? Of course. But there is nothing I wouldn't do to love and protect my baby, so I would never undo anything about what brought this particular human into my life. My 13-year-old son has autism, AD, OCD, depression, and anxiety. He's also whip smart. But he's one of those smart kids who knows he's smart, so he's lazy as fuck, and can be a complete dick. When his medicines work, he's pretty good, but sometimes they don't, and he's a complete cheat and hard to be around. It also doesn't help that we have zero in common personality wise, so we are both quite alien to each other, which makes us clash a lot. He's a lot more like his dad, so they get along better. Though recently we've gotten a Switch and Breath of the Wild, and that's helped us bond a bit. I had my son when I was 20. Because of the challenges we faced with him, we chose to not have any more children. There are many times that I have regretted having him, especially pre-medication. I tell my friend privately that I'm a child-free woman who just happens to have a kid. I think maybe things would have been different if I had bonded to him in the womb or when he was a baby, but I never had that instant attachment most mothers have. When he was born and they handed him to me, he felt like a stranger, and that feeling never quite went away. I make do and do my best and have my fingers crossed that in 5 more years he'll be a functioning member of society and go to college. This will probably be buried, but I'm not the parent or sibling, I'm the disabled child. I have high functioning autism, and depression and anxiety that honestly stem from having the former two conditions. I'm also in my early 20s and a girl, which is significant because I didn't present my symptoms the same as boys and thus went my whole childhood and adolescence undiagnosed. My family and myself all felt that I was lazy or just bad at being a human, as well as just snobby / standoffish / socially awkward, so getting actual reasons for my deficiencies was a relief. I'm very intelligent, can live independently, though I'm very disorganized because I get overwhelmed easily, can feed and toilet myself. I'm even going to graduate school in the fall. However, I do have more parental help than most adults my age would usually get. Honestly, I think my parents regret me. Maybe this is my own insecurity though. I don't think I'm the daughter my mother wanted. My dad cried once at the thought that I'd never live on my own and worries about me being able to get health insurance when I'm 26. The parents posting in this thread, I pity them and feel sorry for them, but they also make me sad and feel more acutely that I'm a burden. The only thing I can hope for is to make it up to my parents by becoming completely independent in my chosen career and then supporting them. Yes, but it hurts to stop and think about it that way. Everything we do is with him in mind. Everything is a battle, finding and getting therapy, fighting with insurance, rearranging our lives around medical and therapy needs, etc. But the little battles are what eat away at you. Arranging and dealing with the special needs school bus. Getting basic medical attention from qualified providers who understand his limitations. Constant vigilance at the park so he doesn't hurt himself or get bullied. Those notes home from school because he's had an outburst or gotten hurt again. The dream job my husband turned down because they don't have a school for him there. Me not walking at graduation because he can't go. Not being able to hire a babysitter for a date night because someone qualified is just too expensive. Losing touch with friends with non-disabled kids as their lives diverge. The days when we can't even leave the house because the world is too loud / cold / scary. It's finding out disabilities and diagnoses and degrees and crossing that threshold of knowing it would be irresponsible to have more children, then having to tell people you just only wanted one because everyone thinks you're cruel and maybe the next one will be normal. So, yes, if I knew then what I know now, I'd have never decided to have a baby. I don't love him any less, and I'll fight until my dying breath for him, but I wish I didn't have to. I lived with a mother of 3 disabled children for half a year and continued to babysit the youngest child for another year. Life is really hard for her, especially because her husband left her after their 3rd child was born. The first one was born blind with autistic syndromes. The second and third one have severe Down syndrome. Both of them can't talk, they can only scream. The second child looks really young for his age and can barely walk. I gotta admit that I didn't like the mother because she is the I don't believe in modern medicine. Vaccines are bad and my age doesn't have anything to do with my kid's disability kinda person. She was 41 when she gave birth to her youngest kid, but man, she never regretted having her children and loved and cared for them deeply. And you could see it. She doesn't have any time left for herself. She has almost no one she can depend on because most of her friends left her. And to top it all, her ex is trying to get her house and all her stuff and doesn't care at all about the children. She also strongly believes in her children. Always said to me how her oldest is going to be a great church musician one day. Despite being blind, he is a great organist, and how bright her youngest child actually is. She believes the girl can understand us very well, even though I couldn't see it at all. So while I'm not the biggest fan of the mother, I gotta admit, she is one strong and amazing woman for doing all that. I'm a father of a disabled girl who has a rare chromosomal abnormality. We were devastated when we heard of her defects, but abortion never crossed my or my missus' mind. Obviously it all depends on the defects your child has. Learning to readjust my expectations has been the hardest part. While children born months after my daughter were learning to stand and walk, she was still learning to crawl. She is 7 now, and I have no regrets. Everyone wishes their child to be happy and healthy, and my daughter is happy in her life. This question reminded me of a post I read about finding out your child has a disability. I've posted it below. I'm often asked to describe the experience of raising a child with a disability, to try to help people who have not shared that unique experience to understand it, to imagine how it would feel. It's like this. When you're going to have a baby, it's like planning a fabulous vacation trip to Italy. You buy a bunch of guidebooks and make your wonderful plans. The Colosseum, the Michelangelo David, the gondolas in Venice. You may learn some handy phrases in Italian. It's all very exciting. After months of eager anticipation, the day finally arrives. You pack your bags and off you go. Several hours later, the plane lands. The stewardess comes in and says, "Welcome to Holland." Holland. You say. What do you mean Holland? I signed up for Italy. I'm supposed to be in Italy. All my life I've dreamed of going to Italy. But there's been a change in the flight plan. They've landed in Holland and there you must stay. The important thing is that they haven't taken you to a horrible, disgusting, filthy place, full of pestilence, famine, and disease. It's just a different place. So you must go out and buy new guidebooks. And you must learn a whole new language. And you will meet a whole new group of people you would never have met. It's just a different place. It's slower paced than Italy, less flashy than Italy. But after you've been there for a while and you catch your breath, you look around and you begin to notice that Holland has windmills and Holland has tulips. Holland even has Rembrandts. But everyone you know is busy coming and going from Italy and they're all bragging about what a wonderful time they had there. And for the rest of your life, you will say yes, that's where I was supposed to go. That's what I had planned. And the pain of that will never ever go away because the loss of that dream is a very significant loss. But if you spend your life mourning the fact that you didn't get to Italy, you may never be free to enjoy the very special, the very lovely things about Holland. I might be too late, but this is something I actually really want to talk about. First things first, not a parent, but dad ran out 17 years ago, and mom got a job 6 hours away, so for a lack of a better term, I'm my brother's caretaker. He has an intellectual disability, and while he was diagnosed with ADHD in his teenage years, but we all suspect he was misdiagnosed there. His condition is mild admittedly, but that does not change that it affects him greatly. My brother is 32, going on 33. He was born 3 months premature and that came with a plethora of problems. While he is mostly physically healthy today, that certainly wasn't the case for the first 15 years of his life. My parents had me for the specific reason of taking care of my brother. Maybe I was backup for if something happened to them, or maybe they suspected that eventually they'd want to leave, and they would feel less guilty if they knew someone would still be there for him. And I have been. He can't work, but he refuses to seek any aid. It hasn't been easy. I resent my parents for having me, just to take care of him, but I would never resent him for it. He is my best friend. My life would be lesser without him. And he has accomplished so much. He may have graduated high school at 20, but you know what? He faking did it. It took him 20 tries at least to pass the written driver's test, but he faking did it. Passed behind the wheel on his first try. And it took him 6 years to finish community college, but he faking did it. And I'm so happy I could be there for him for all of those moments. This may be disappointing to conclude with, but I don't necessarily want kids. If they happen, great. If not, that's okay too. The only way my brother factors into that decision is that I just would not want my children to struggle the way he has, because he has been through the ringer. But if they had his passion, his willpower, and his creative soul, then they would be some pretty damn awesome kids. My daughter was born with Zellweger's syndrome. It's a severe rare genetic condition that we didn't know we carried. What this means is my daughter will die before she is 1. Maybe even before she is 6 months old. Because of her disorder, she basically has half a brain. She can't even feed like a normal baby. She has a tube in her stomach that we feed her through. Part of her disorder includes epilepsy. She will have anywhere from 5 to 20 seizures a day if her meds aren't working anymore. My daughter is 9 weeks old and is on some of the most lethal drugs out there just to keep her comfortable. It's so hard. We have nursing care 12 hours a day and she will never develop beyond a newborn. She is that mentally handicapped. She will never sit on her own, crawl, talk, or really anything besides exist. Is it hard? Yes, every day is heartbreaking and a challenge. Waiting on the train to finally crash really sucks. Do I regret it? No. My daughter has made me the strongest person ever. I'm 24 years old. Having to think about DNRs and if we would intubate is not something a 24-year-old should have to think about. But she's here to teach me something and make a difference. And she already has. Her doctors love her so much. She's like a little celebrity. I don't regret her. We sing to her and talk to her and play music for her. She is blind but can hear, and she does love music so much. We take her for walks because she loves the wind and birds. I know this because she can smile. Would we do this again? Absolutely not. My husband and I want another child, but we will be doing IVF with PGD to make sure this doesn't happen again. We didn't know until she was born something was wrong. If I had known before we tried to conceive, we would have gone straight to IVF. Had I known when she was in the womb, we still would have had her. And that is just my personal choice. I don't regret her, but it's really hard. Knowing your child could die at any moment sucks. Probably not as bad as some of the other stories on here, but I donated sperm to a lesbian couple. I'm a gay dude. Didn't expect anything back, but I'm friends with them still, so I still see him and talk to them about his progress. I've wanted to have kids for as long as I can remember, and this was one way to have one, but not actually be mine. He has been diagnosed with severe autism at age 2, going on 3. I don't have to, I guess, deal with it because they're the ones dealing with it on a daily basis. But he's getting worse. He has no social skills with kids his own age. He started regressing into nonverbal communication, even though he knows way too many words, numbers, and colors for his age. He picks at his skin on his lips and hands until he bleeds. He hits himself over and over by banging his body/head into stuff. He tries to run into traffic. It's just a lot. He isn't my kid. He lives in another state. He's 100% very loved by his parents, and I have a lot of love and care for him. If he was my own kid, I would accept it and deal with it and give him all the love and care that he deserves. But he's not. They get to do all of this. They get to comfort him. They get to help him. They get to take care of him. And that never bothered me until I realized that as much as I want to have one of my own, I shouldn't because of my fear that I'll do that to someone else. So no, I don't regret giving him to them. It just sucks that this was a wake-up call that I will never have one of my own. Parent here, don't regret having or caring for my oldest daughter, 9-year-old. Regret the events surrounding her birth, cord wrapped 3 times around her neck, 26 minutes no oxygen, home birth, malpractice settlement, and I live with that regret. My wife and I boiled it down when she was a baby and was unclear if she would survive. If she could sit and enjoy the sun on her face, it would be worth caring for her. When it was touch and go, the docs made it clear that there was a way out of her pain, and we really thought about that, even met with hospice. She just kept improving and improving, and now she is in the 3rd grade doing grade level reading and math and has a great group of friends. She will be in a wheelchair her whole life, fed with a feeding tube, receive 8 to 10 medications per day, has had multiple rushes to the emergency room for pneumonia/aspiration, and uses a communication device to talk. This will never change. If given a choice between dealing with all of this and not having her, I would take all of this in a heartbeat. If she was not in such good shape now, I might have different feelings. Do I regret not being in a hospital when she was born? Every second of every day. That's the regret I have surrounding my child's care. I'm trying not to ramble and keep things coherent, so I will leave it at that. Also, we have 3 other children, ages 6, 4, 2. We wanted a big family before any of this, and we stuck to that. It has been the best decision we ever made. TLDR, don't regret it. Regret the home birth. Have 4 kids total. I have a son that is ADHD, DMDD and severe anxiety. I'm not sure what I would do if given a choice to repeat. His mental illness gives us so much grief. My wife has developed depression and I'm certain PTSD. She is almost a shell of herself. She gave up working because she has to take care of him now. My oldest son is a saint and hangs with his brother, but takes a lot of verbal abuse, and I'm certain it has impacted his life, but he still does good big brother stuff. Friends don't understand. Our parents don't get it. We are mostly cut off from friends and neighbors out of fear of his behavior. We cannot raise him like a normal child. The techniques most grew up with do not apply. He comes with a whole new set of rules. The thing is, I feel for him. We seek out many treatment options. Some I wish we have never done, but I think we are on the positive side now. The sad thing is he wants to be a normal boy. He wants friends. He wants to go to school. He wants to play sports. He wants to do normal activities of a boy his age. Yet, he loses his shit too easy. Loses friends after a couple of months. Being kicked out of every school, sports team, and generally made to feel like a horrible person. When he was in daycare, some of his first sentences was "bad baby, not nice." Broke my heart. I cannot tell you how many times I have battled schools, coaches, teachers trying to get my son what he needs. I have volunteered for more things than I could handle, just to make sure I was involved and make sure he had opportunities. Keep in mind, we have had some wonderful people try to help, but they never fully grasp what is going. He is a teenager now and is homeschooled. He is still very difficult, and he has become almost a shut-in. He afraid to leave the house because he fears embarrassing himself. I really do not blame those that have turned us away. Many tried very hard, but seeing a child throw a tantrum that is rather uncontrolled is scary. He has been arrested for property damage, kicking holes in doors at a school. He has been in treatment centers, been to many counselors. Now I think, if I had to do it all over again, I would, because I believe in him. There are some truly great things I see. The hard part is that I see who he could have been. I truly believe, if he did not have the DMDD, underdeveloped brain, he would have been a very popular kid at school and very successful. This disability has taken its toll and has broken him. We know that eventually, this will become either depression or anxiety. I'm pretty sure I can see the anxiety part coming out, and I fear for him. My biggest fear his mom and I have is interaction with the police. I see something going wrong in the future and him jumping, pushing, or running from a situation and ending up shot. I hope not, but he does not have a rational brain. I have recently decided to take the long approach. Some kids are independent at 18, he may be 28 before he has any normalcy, I hope. Still, we struggle day in and day out with his challenges that no one understands. For those of you that took the time to read my drivel and randomly organized thoughts, research DMDD. Here is a link from me that gives it a little perspective. While it reads has tantrum kids knoweth it much deeper. My only suggestion is that when you see a kid melting down, the parent is dealing and struggling, don't offer a bunch of advice or tell them how to parent, because you do not realize the depth of hell that parent is going through to get their child through a day and function at any capacity. Thanks for reading. This is very therapeutic. We have a daughter who was born 3 months early. Our little monkey was 810 grams. When she was born, she could fit in my hand. She fought some shit in the hospital, fought damn hard, faking DRs in the neonatal ward, told us prems can't feel pain. Miss me with that bullshit. They didn't remove parents during doctor's rounds for no bloody reason. Anyhow, she didn't come out unscathed. She has mixed hypotonic cerebral palsy. Hypotonia is low muscle tone. Many people think of muscles as legs, arms and maybe six-pack, but there are muscles in your intestinal tract. Your tongue is a muscle, and every single one is weaker than normal, biallet. So at 9 years old she can't walk or toilet herself without help, because she lacks the muscle tone required to do the jobs, and she gets dead tired very easily. Mixed cerebral palsy means she has the worst of both worlds. She flaps, head twists. Sometime I think she's gonna snap her own head off, and clenches a lot. The saving grace is she has such low muscle tone that the contractions don't do much damage. She is also globally developmentally delayed. Globally, but not her ability to understand and absorb information. This is a cheater. People think she is dumb because she can't respond quickly to questions, but she understands everything, and people talk around her as if she can't understand, and this causes little cycles of depression and anger. Thank God she has the temperament of an angel. She is such an amazing little girl, and I love her so much. I'm looking at her nap on the couch. She also has autism, not super bad, but she shuts down in new situations, or when a lot of people are in an enclosed space. She also needs a lot of time to defrag, which is what we call when she needs to be alone to process stuff. For me, have no regrets, and I would be lying if I didn't want to change a thing. I would have spared her the pain of everything she goes through every day in just trying to be like all the kids her age. My wife and I are currently on a world journey with her, giving her an education through visiting and meeting and experiencing the places in history, the animals and environment around us. We will do everything we can to make sure her life is magical, and when we are gone, for her to never have to worry about money, and the memory of what we have done with her lets her know we are always with her. That is my biggest fear. She will always need carers, and I don't want her to suffer or ever feel alone when we see gone. Tough business, this parenting thing. I asked a customer this once. She had a child at the children's hospital that our restaurant was by, and in talking to her and her husband, it's hard, but they didn't regret it. I told them that when I was growing up I was that ill child, always in and out of hospital, and I always seemed to get ill around exam time. My dad was a uni lecturer and my mom had gone back to get her second degree. And although there are times I was so ill, I honestly don't remember what was happening to me. The fact that my parents were there every single day to see me, as well as one of my uncles who has the same condition as me. It's great knowing they are in your corner fighting, even though you can see it on their faces. It's so hard for them to be strong because the doctors can't give them good news. They were in tears, and I was almost in tears, because they were happy to get the perspective of a child who had gone through what they are doing for their child. My parents, after all that, went on to have my little sister. They knew they could have ended up with a second child with my condition, but they did it anyway. My little sister is fine health-wise, but she was always jealous of the attention I received from always being ill. But once she was old enough to understand what was going on, she became a bit more understanding. I don't know how my parents did it and how they manage now. I still get ill, and even though I'm in a different country, I've had to talk my mom off booking leave and jumping on the first flight to take care of me even as an adult. I love them for it and don't think I could ever repay them for having me and never giving up on me when even doctors had. They are my heroes and example of what's strong. My aunt had a son with severe physical, behavioral and learning difficulties. In the first few months, she was so determined to do the best for him. She went through all of the usual range of emotions: love, hate, frustration with the world, rage, anger, guilt, etc. Every couple of months, he'd fail to hit a new milestone and he'd be given a new or extended diagnosis. When you have a kid, you expect a few years of nappies and bottles, but she slowly came to the realization that she'd have the next 60 years of her life as his primary carer. She resolved to carry on. She loved him, how could she not? But the days just kept piling on top of her. The dad was violent and had a restraining order, so no help there. She had to quit her job and the state income wasn't enough to support them and her other child. It was devastating to watch. Extended family chipped in when we could. My mum became a second parent to the other child. We gave them money for bills, brought them food, etc. I earned my pocket money by cleaning their house every Saturday. But there's only so much you can do. Gradually, my aunt came to the realization that she couldn't care for both children. It was give up X or give up Y. She seriously considered giving the non-disabled child, X, to my mum. She knew that he'd be well cared for, loved, etc. and she'd still have contact with him. And she'd be able to guarantee that Y would be looked after better than if he went to a home. But I think she realized that it would be too cruel for X. It's not his fault that his brother is sick, and he'd grow up knowing that he was less loved than his brother. She couldn't do that to him. She also knew that she was beginning to lose her emotional strength. Life was getting harder and harder. My dad found her contemplating suicide one day, which was a bit of a wake-up call. She'd either end up killing Y out of desperation or herself out of guilt. As he grew older, Y became a lot stronger than my aunt and couldn't be controlled. He became violent to his brother and eventually had to go into a home. We all still visited as much as possible, though maybe it still wasn't enough. It was a massive relief for my aunt. She could go back to work, didn't have to worry about financial problems, and could rebuild her relationship with X and just focus on her own well-being. She gave up custody in the end so that he could be adopted by a family we'd found for him and not live in a home for the rest of his life. He committed suicide when he was 15. We have a nearly 15-year-old daughter with Rett syndrome. She was born appearing perfectly healthy and then lost nearly everything. She's fully dependent on people for every aspect of life. She's in a wheelchair, has a feeding tube, seizures, and is nonverbal. She lost purposeful use of her hands around age 3. At age 13, she had spinal fusion surgery to correct severe scoliosis and has rods and 32 screws in her back. That limited her father. Yet, cognitively, she's in there. She communicates only using eye gaze. Her condition is caused by a mutation in the X chromosome, but isn't inherited. It is caused by an issue with a single sperm or egg. We also have 2 healthy boys. We did not know about her condition until she was 2 to 3. Had I known before birth, we would have terminated. I love my daughter so much it hurts, but if she could have been spared this life, that decision would have been made. Rett shortens the life of its sufferers. They can live into their 40s, but many families we have known have lost their children far early, some before 10. So now, we have to prepare daily for a painful loss on top of the stress of RS. I wish I could start over often. I may never have had children. The worry, the physical work in lifting her, the appointments 2 hours away, nights in the hospital, worries about lifetime limits on health insurance returning, fights with the school, and so much more, is also exhausting. She's beautiful, alert, and responsive, but her life isn't fair at all. Rett sucks. My spouse has a younger sibling with autism. The sibling is relatively high functioning, but the household was chaotic during their childhood. This was back in the 90s before there was more awareness for autism, but spouse's parents did all they could with occupational/sensory therapy and education plans. My spouse told me that their parents almost got divorced because raising the younger sibling was so taxing and hard, and I personally believe the dynamic contributed to spouse's maturity at a young age. Spouse is quite brilliant and self-sufficient. Spouse's parents spent $150K on an immersive program for young adults with autism in an effort to teach sibling basic life skills, laundry, cooking, budgeting, holding a job, in the hopes that sibling would pick up these skills and become semi-independent. Sadly, sibling was not a success story, as the habits developed while growing up were hard to break, namely, lying and laziness. Sibling is now in their late 20s, lives in a house across the street from their parents, and still cannot hold a job. They are on SSI, but are still greatly supported by their parents. We are lucky in that spouse's parents have the foresight and the ability to set up a trust for younger sibling when they pass, and we are fully aware that spouse and I will be the guardians and trustees of younger sibling and their trust when this happens. This situation has also shaped our approach to our own family. We have 1 child now, and we went through hell for years to get our marriage back on track to a healthy place. I'm still fighting mental illness myself, but it is getting better. Between spouse's experience growing up with a disabled sibling, our experience while our child was an infant/toddler, and the knowledge that we will be responsible for younger sibling at some point in the future, we decided not to have any more children. Our child is wonderful, but we do not want to risk rolling the dice and having to go through what spouse's parents went through. My daughter is 8. She's high functioning person with autism. She's the best thing in the faking world. That said, there were absolutely times when I cried, freaked out, and wished she wasn't here. It's so hard, because as a parent you care so much about your child that you're in no way rational. I'm an extremely rational guy and have been through some serious shit, both in work and in life. Nothing has prepared me for being so emotionally involved with my daughter and her struggles. When she was in kindergarten she had multiple meltdowns a day, and her classroom teacher wasn't a dick, but had no idea how to help her. The school had limited resources and structures for her to be successful. It was a hard year. I distinctly remember telling one of her other teachers, "Fuck you, my child is awesome. Cram it up your ass, beach." Keep in mind, I have multiple advanced degrees, and should be better than that. Unfortunately, that poor teacher who bore the brunt of my wrath is a fantastic teacher who deeply cared about my kid. It was just a rough conversation I wasn't prepared for. Luckily, that was an amazing teacher who brushed it off. 3 years later my kid loves her, and she makes jokes about it to me. In 3 years my kid has come so far. She's a great kid, funny, goofy, loves gaming, and can do serious math. Her social skills are lacking, but she gets by and has friends, which is all I have ever wanted. I'm so happy to spend time and travel with her. She's resilient as all hell now, and as her communication skills have increased, so she can express herself when she's anxious or needs a break, which has gone a long way to help her coping. We've also discovered sometimes it's okay to let her tune out everyone and play her Gamma Boy or draw. Everyone learns and moves forward together. I'm hopeful for her future and love her so much, but I just wish she didn't have to deal with this. It's so many extra hurdles for her to be happy. I think she'll be fine and find her place, and I know I can't fight every battle for her. But seeing her struggle drives me insane. I know it's okay though, but it took a long time to get to this place emotionally. My wife and I had a few hard years of marriage as we dealt with how to make sure everyone gets the support they need to be the best they can. That includes us as parents too. I've seen people on Reddit post and talk about their autism stories, and God, I love you all so much. You really helped me see the future and realize it's just another thing and it'll be okay. Thank you so much for that. TLDR, daughter has autism and functions well now. I've never regretted being her dad, but it's so hard some days, and my marriage has definitely suffered. But we are all better now and moving forward together. Parenting any kid well is hard. Parenting a kid with a disability is faking hard too. But all things considered, we've got it easier than a lot of people. I'm sure it's too late for anyone to see, which is fine. Probably just make me feel better just to type it out. I'm a father of 2 children. My 4-year-old daughter is fine. My 2-year-old son has Williams syndrome, which is pretty rare. Not a lot of doctors and therapists and other care providers are familiar with it, so a lot of the time the responsibility is on me to make sure they get informed and understand the ins and outs of what he is dealing with and will have to deal with in the future, so that his care is tailored to his situation. As far as how it's affected my life, when we had our first child we were both pretty set that we didn't want any more, but we were irresponsible and here we are. When he was born I was self-employed, and we were doing fine. Since then however I've had to close the business and stay home to provide full-time care. My wife's job was corporate, so she had the 401k and benefits ECT point that we couldn't lose, so it fell to me to leave the workforce and stay home. This was not something I would have ever wanted to do, but the cost of paying for all this care would have been much more than I was making, with the added benefit that now we also don't have to pay for daycare for my daughter. I get a tiny bit of money from the state to be my son's caretaker, but we still struggle. We are due to file for bankruptcy this month. We are under a mountain of debt, thousands of outstanding debt from having to close my shop, been sued and had judgments levied against us. It's been a nightmare really. As far as the kids go, my children are great on their own, but managing them together at the same time is really tough. My daughter is a nice kid, but she's a typical 4-year-old and wants to run around and make messes and make noise and just be a kid, but that makes her dangerous and reckless around her brother. My son is a wonderful kid. Despite his many physical and mental limitations, he has a great disposition. He's always happy for the most part. But when he and my daughter are together, which is every day, she is constantly harassing him and frustrating him, and he'll get pissed off and cry, then she'll get upset and cry. It's a whole thing, which is just for me pretty much a 16-hour-a-day tightrope walk to manage it. It's tough on my wife and I as well. She's had to adjust to being a sole provider, and I've had to adjust to feeling inadequate since I don't make a meaningful income anymore. Add to that her family doesn't understand the situation and is increasingly condescending and looks down on me for staying home with my kids, as though it's what I would prefer, like I'm some kind of freeloader. I would love to be able to go back to work, to feel like I have some value in the world aside from being a babysitter, but that's just not in the cards. All of this has, plus the financial problems, have put a huge strain on our relationship. As for my son, he has severe spinal issues, is in a full-time back brace which he hates, and limits his movement, so crawling ECT point is even harder for him now. Severe and total developmental delays. He has a developmental age of 6-9 MOs at 2 years old. Can't eat food, so still takes a bottle 6 times a day. Can't walk. Just learned to crawl a month ago. Can't talk and likely won't for a few more years. Has heart, lung and other internal problems. Despite that stuff though, as far as William's kids go, we've been very lucky. A lot of these kids have much worse issues and need open heart surgeries and other very risky stuff for tiny kids. Do I regret it? I'd feel guilty saying I regret it. We just live how we live now. You have to adjust and move on. Objectively, our lives would be better if we'd not had kids, or even if we'd just stopped at one as planned. But for the most part, one like to these two idiots, so I'm okay with it. I do wish my son didn't have to suffer. I wish that us having my son didn't mean that my daughter is gonna have to live a different and more difficult life due to sacrifices we'll have to make to care for our son. But wishing doesn't work. Work works. So we do our best and hope we don't fail. I'm certainly very scared though. Scared we'll not make it. Scared I'll fuck up my kids' lives, and not just my own anymore. I really hope they turn out okay. I don't know if that helps. I have a 6-year-old who has Down syndrome and autism spectrum disorder. There have been many difficult times, but I can honestly say that I have never regretted having my child. He has a really great life and, sounds cliche and glib, but has made me a better person and made me a part of an amazing community. I appreciate how he experiences the world, and he has a place in the world. He is so funny and sweet and expressive and affectionate and playful and stubborn, yet he doesn't actually speak a single word. Well, he does say no fairly frequently. If you're going to learn one word to speak that everyone understands, I guess no is the best choice. That said, I don't believe that just anyone can do this. I can. My spouse can. We have resources. I'm a social worker, so I already knew how to advocate and work the medical and home/and community-based support systems. I don't think you need my kind of resume to have a child with disabilities. Down syndrome is going to happen every 1 in 1,000 pregnancies regardless. But I do think we have the emotional fortitude to take this on. Our ability to manage and endure our challenges are reflective of benefiting from a culture that is catered to us. Read, white, non-disabled, English-speaking, educated, middle class. We have access to luxuries like therapy, and we go when we need to. We are honest with each other. We have easy access to a huge online community of other parents when we have questions or need help or need to hear that we are not alone. I know many people who are also good at this and come from many different backgrounds, and I know people with identical backgrounds to ours who would be terrible at this. Nevertheless, I believe, in our case, we are good at this because our charmed lives have made it so much easier for us to be good at this. Disability can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time. I want to live in a world where anyone can do this, because it is not fair that some people are better equipped than others. My kid has given me a higher calling to fight cultural, social, and systemic inequities relating to disability. I'm grateful to my child. Edit, grammar, clarifications. So, I have 3 children, 2 with disabilities. I have a 4-yo, 2.5-yo, and 1-yo. We found out in utero that our middle child would be born with trisomy 21, an extreme heart defect, lung defect, and GI defect. It was difficult for me because I'm anti-abortion. I so desperately did not want my own life consumed by a cognitively challenged child requiring a host of medical care. I also didn't want him or his brother to suffer. But I couldn't go through with abortion myself because the torture of not knowing if he would be affected as bad as projected. What if I had killed my baby and he functioned somewhat normally and we would have been happy? We chose to continue the pregnancy, and he was born via induction at a top children's hospital and whisked away from me before I could see him. We spent a long half a year in the hospital with many surgeries and procedures before we could bring him home. Now, at his age, it is a struggle. He eats via gastrojejunnal tube surgically placed in his intestines, which needs 24/7 care and attention. He takes loads of medicines every single day, therapies every single day. It's extremely exhausting, not to mention the social problems we face being stared at, kids and their parents passing judgments, not being invited to attend things, the pity parties from religious family members doing their good. Having said that, he is not our difficult one that is tying our marriage. Shortly after we brought our middle child home, our older child was diagnosed with an autism spectrum disorder. He has no fear, no empathy, zero understanding of his surroundings. He needs watched 24/7. He is violent, loud, and does not sleep. We have to give him medication so that we can squeeze 4 to 6 hours of sleep out of him a night so that we can function. He doesn't have friends because he hurts everyone. Nobody in our house sleeps because he is constantly running and screaming. My god, the screaming. Sometimes I legitimately have to check if my ears are bleeding from the head pain I get from all of the screaming. He goes to preschool, but needs an aide. He runs into streets. He bites total strangers. He does things that a typical child wouldn't dare because of the implementation of danger, like touching a hot stove or sticking his head under heavy objects. I love him when times are good. For a young child, he carries extensive conversations with us in such detail that it's actually enjoyable to debate with him. It's a strange experience, but he is wise beyond his years and ways. Unfortunately, the good times are few and far between, and I find myself more often than not contemplating having him removed from our home because he is absolutely ruining the quality of life of everyone in our family. I would absolutely have another child with Down syndrome if I was told in utero. But if there was a way to tell definitely that a child would have such an extensive spectrum disorder like our older son, and I was given the chance to abort with the knowledge I have now, I absolutely would. Someone sent me the link to this thread. The only thing they said is just read it. I have been sitting for 2 hours now reading. For the first time in a very long time I don't feel alone. I have 4 children. My partner calls them my unicorns. Children who just shouldn't exist. Not because we don't love them, but no one should have to deal with all of that in one body. My oldest son has ADHD, severe anxiety, cardiac atrial fibrillation for which he has had surgery, and fibromyalgia. He's 23. My second son has autism, ASPI, anxiety, dyspraxia, dysgraphia, borderline ADHD and had severe allergies as a child. We are awaiting a fibro diagnosis at the moment. Has 21. My oldest daughter has gastroparesis, superior mesenteric artery syndrome, functional neurological disorder, and a central pain disorder. My partner is currently in the hospital with her. Again. She is 19. My youngest daughter has severe anxiety and severe allergies to peanuts and yeast. She's my normal child. She is 17. I stopped telling anyone about me kids. Hell, I stopped telling people I had kids. You can only take so many blank stares, so many mumbled sorries. My oldest won a scholarship to play basketball. He couldn't take it in the end, but he got that far. My younger son wasn't meant to start school. He finished 4 years of high school, has a job and a girlfriend. My oldest daughter has spent the last year entering 50s pinup competitions, and she is winning. My youngest is still at school, but just received her first modeling contract. We live with hospitals, doctors, pills, drips, feeding tubes, meltdowns, ambulances, and a severe lack of sleep sometimes, but we dig in, eat junk food, if that is all we have the energy for, and cry when we need to. I have spent more money, time, tears than I can even remember, but it was worth it. They all have jobs, and partners, and a chance at life. I was told with at least so that they wouldn't. For those parents who can't parent these kids, that's okay. The number of times I have wished either they or I didn't exist is insane. It's okay to say I can't do this. For those who can. Hugs, love, 5 minutes of quiet, and all the strength in the world. You are doing a great job, even when you're sure you're not. Fight. Fight hard. For them, but also yourself. No, I didn't know any of my kids would have these issues. Yes, if given the choice I would have them again. I fought. They fought. And now, finally, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. My child was born with Giard syndrome. It caused him to have a severe heart defect called truncus arteriosus. He had open heart surgery at 11 days old and was never able to get off the ventilator, so he got a tracheostomy. Due to the multiple failed extubations and hypoxic events, I had global development delay. He had a second open heart surgery at about 5 months old. My son was never able to walk or talk. He had the developmental age of a baby. He lived to be 5 years old before he passed away. I don't ever regret having him. He changed my and my wife's lives in so many ways. We had 2 other children while he was alive, but only after we found out the genetic testing showed it was a fluke and my wife didn't carry the gene to cause the syndrome. Having a child home with a tracheostomy and ventilator is very taxing. If I knew then what I know now, we may not have chosen for him to have a trach. Like it said, we don't regret our decisions. We were able to give him a happy life, but it was obvious his body was not meant for this world. He lived a hard, uncomfortable life. His passing actually gave us peace. A lot of our friends and family don't understand that. They feel like we should have grieved more. But they didn't live our lives day in and day out. They didn't see his struggles like we did. I miss my boy so much, but mostly, when I remember him I feel warmth, not sadness. Late to the game, so I'll be surprised if this is seen. I still feel new to the special needs group even though my son has been wrapped up in various severity that I still don't fully understand 4 years after this started. He's had global delays since birth and epilepsy since age 3. He'll be 7 in a few months. Only this last February he was formally diagnosed with the kind of temporal lobe epilepsy that has a high chance of producing psychosis later in life. This is only the beginning. He's my second child, and it was a real struggle second guessing myself and dealing with bitterness and anger. Still is. I can see how his quality of life suffers in certain ways, though I'd move mountains to make his dreams possible. Our entire family suffers in different ways trying to make the world work for that boy. There is a measure of peace in the fact that from his perspective this is all he's ever known and this is what life is supposed to look like. His mental capacity hasn't reached the point where he notices what he's lacking yet. I'm anxious because I know even more medication is coming that takes from the quality of his life, and I'm not sure at what point he realizes how unfair life really is. I don't know what I will say or could say to him to make that easier when that happens. I recently had my 3rd child. I didn't think I'd be emotionally affected by my son's diseases, but I far overestimated my self-control. Halfway through the pregnancy I found myself questioning what I had done and if I had made a mistake. Questioning if I were only capable of making faulty children. Watching my healthy infant grow is a joy and also uniquely terrifying. I thought he was healthy too. There are never any guarantees. I love my son passionately. My beautiful boy who looks like me, delicate features and gap-toothed smile. Obsessed with motorcycles and going faster. Who could school anyone on any superhero. The same blue eyes as my father. A sweet disposition. I'm not sure how much longer I'll have with my boy as he is. I'm trying to enjoy him for as long as I have him. Father of a child with complex congenital heart disease here. My boy is class disabled because of his reduced stamina and needing assistance to walk longer or for bigger exertion. Please excuse my bad English, not a native speaker story. Before he was born we were warned that the heart is defective and the potential issues we could have with the baby, including Down/other chromosomal defects. We decided to leave it on fate and let the boy have a chance at life, especially because we were very close to a great hospital and the medical team visited to explain what treatments are available in all scenarios. He was taken to specialist unit for heart and only came out after 2 surgeries in 2 months. Luckily he never needed oxygen or other support out of hospital. Neither did he had any chromosomal defects that impacts his brain or quality of life more than I explained below. He was hard work in baby years, needed attention of 1.5 parents every day. Just a rough calculation. For first year neither of us worked any job to take care of him. Extra work as compared to our elder one was trying to get him to eat/drink enough and to keep him from becoming breathless, which would make him sick. Lots of painful times, cleaning and work. We, both us parents, and the oldest sibling, have had a hard working life with him around. We all work extra, because of his condition. That being said, every year it gets better and better. Looking at him, you would only notice he is smellish, but would not be able to tell that he is a blue baby. He is progressing life at a normal pace, nursery, school, learning etc. He is physically far behind than his age group, but exceeds in non-physical growth. Being from Europe has helped a lot. We could not have imagined how hard it would be if we had to pay for treatment. Not a single cent paid for whole treatment. We do have to spend extra at groceries ECT point to help him out, but at same time grant CCT point help cover it. Having a disabled status helps a lot with day-to-day life. Free clothes, parking, speedy check-in when traveling, assistance where needed, no, or minimal, queue at Disney/parks. Weighing everything, it is in fact a difficult thing to think about, and there are sometimes regretful thoughts about the whole ordeal. That being said, what tips the balance in life's favor is the boy himself. He is full of smiles, full of life, full of happy times, dreams, stories, and hugs and kisses. He also now knows and kinda understands his condition. Thinking of all of that, we would regret more if we never had him than the other way around. I hope I explained it well. Please do ask if there are any questions. I'm really late to this party, but this is something I can slightly answer from a different perspective. My stepson is severely mentally and physically disabled. He is currently 12 and has the mind of a 2-year-old without the ability to talk. He kind of just grunts around. When I first started dated my significant other, I knew he had a child. He didn't exactly tell me the issues this kid had. At the time, I was fine with it. Kids are kids. I liked the guy, no big deal. I didn't meet his son for months, which is fine, because if I had a child, I wouldn't introduce him to just anyone. Well, things turned and I got pregnant with my first. After 2 months of what are we going to do, my significant other convinced me to keep the baby. After deciding to stay together and raise our child, I finally met Aiden. It took me a while to fully understand the severity of the situation. I just thought he was slightly delayed. I never had any exposure to mentally challenged people. Within the first year of my child's life, I began to regret dating his dad because of his son. I was only 19, became a mother and a stepmother to a child that will eat his own shit if you aren't watching him. A kid that has weekly therapy appointments and still in diapers at the age of 5. With all that, we have my stepson's mother realizing that his dad is no longer just a phone call away and causing drama every day because she was jealous of me. If you ask me a few years ago, yes, I would wished that I never dated that man and never got pregnant. I would wished that I just said no when he asked me out. But ask me now, and I'm the happiest woman in the world and wouldn't change it for anything. I had 2 sons with that man, and we got married last October. And I guess I still have some really bad angry feelings. Not for the kid, but just kind of like I'm going to spend my adult life taking care of someone. We are never going to be truly alone. I always thought of being old and going across country in an RV with my husband, just us two. I don't want to share his attention with his son at that point in life. I don't even want to share his attention with my own kids. I don't want to have to stop at the gas station and have to take a 30-year-old man in the bathroom with me to change his diaper. But it is what it is. My youngest son has Down syndrome. He's 6, in kindergarten, and thankfully does not have many major medical issues other than the need for constant ear tubes. His speech is delayed when compared to normal kids, and he functions with significant learning disabilities. But he's just as smart as any other normal person. He has a good memory, knows his routine, which you cannot mess with, unless you want WWII, and frequently strikes us with bouts of intelligence that many others don't have. So why say that in the light of learning disability or the speech delays? He simply has no care in the world for things that aren't important to him. We can't teach him the importance of doing his schoolwork, other than to show him when it works, and praise him when he does it right. All he cares is that if it's 10 AM and he wants a snack, then screw that teacher with the pencil and paper. A mark goes down on the report stating that he cannot write his name. No, he's just not interested in doing it when you want him to do it. I'm also an educator, so I'll save my public school rants for elsewhere. Back at home, mealtimes might make me wish for someone to kidnap me and harvest my liver, as it would be easier for me to learn how to survive afterward than to make my kid eat his food. He could be starving, not having had a full meal in 2 days, but damn it, he'll demand some cucumber slices. Or potato chips. Maybe 6,000 chocolate chip Pop-Tarts. We don't have those? Geo, get them. When it's time to have a bath and get ready for bed, if someone is sitting in the wrong chair before the process begins, a meltdown will ensue, and the aforementioned speech issues make us think he said he was bitten by a rabid camel that was lurking behind the refrigerator, when he really meant dad was sitting one spot to the left on the sofa than his normal spot. I know this is supposed to be a serious post, and I'm starting to poke in humor. I have to, so moderators, I hope you can forgive that this time. See, the thing is, if you had asked me years ago if I would accept a life raising a child with mild disabilities, I'd have said, no way in hell. But now that I have this child in my life, not only are there no regrets, I cannot fathom ever going back. As much as it frustrates the hell out of me that I doubt I'll ever be able to afford a family vacation again in my life, it's entirely worth it. This child has forced me to become a better man, to persevere in my moments of failure, and endure stresses and hardships that would make others cringe. Like a faithful friend, he instantly forgives me when I make those awful mistakes made when his mother and I are worn out beyond our senses. And I, as his father, can say without reserve that my wife endures a life 1,000 times more difficult than mine. Even though I work multiple jobs to allow her to stay at home, I get an escape. Life is difficult, messy, and filled with opportunities for despair. Our child has but a tiny fraction of disabilities that others endure. I have no room to complain, as others have it worse. It's difficult though. But every day, when the sun comes up and my boy says a happy good morning, nothing else matters in the world. No regrets. I'd never go back. I have a daughter with osteogenesis imperfecta. It's a brittle bone disease. Today is actually her 3rd birthday, and she's had almost 10 serious breaks. It's definitely a struggle for everyone in the family, and can be torturous for her. I've spent evenings taking unexpected trips to the hospital that end up being 3-day ordeals with surgery, with months recovery time. Imagine the scorned looks you get from people when you're carrying around an infant with casts on her legs. She has an older brother, and naturally he has friends his age. The neighbor has a trampoline, and I have to be the terrible asshole who won't let her on when she just sees other kids being kids. My heart skips beats every time I see her climb on furniture, and I'm always scared for the worst when she takes off running. To answer your question, I regret nothing. Yeah, it's hard on me a lot of times. It's hard on all of us. I broke a few bones in my lifetime, yet I still can't imagine the pain she feels. Not just from broken bones, but also from knowing she's different from all the kids she knows. It's worth it. Before you think, yeah, she's a child now. Let's see how Tatanubs feels after 10 more years. This bone disease is genetic. My wife has it, her father has it, his mother, etc. My 30-year-old wife has over 90 breaks and fractures in her medical records. Those are just the ones that she went to the hospital for. She treats minor ones at home. She's lived through it, and she grew up to be an amazing person. A successful entrepreneur, a great mother, and an incredible wife. If anybody I know ever had justified apprehensions about having children with disabilities, it's her. And my wife and I have had this discussion many times over the last 10 years. Hearing her tell me her perspective and thoughts made a huge impact on mine. I used to lean more towards who would want a life like that, whereas now I can see that even a life with serious problems can be a life well worth living. Hell, some people who have perfectly healthy bodies often end up feeling like they have lives not worth living. The thing is, I feel like my daughter deserves a shot at life just like anybody else. I try to provide for her as best I can. It's hard to imagine life without her right now. She's walking, talking, using the potty, playing video games, and just finding her way through life. She's amazing. I understand that all disabilities vary in degree, and I accept I have a limited understanding of others. But I know hers is a very difficult one for her, and I know the road forward is going to be extremely painful at times, and it's going to be a massive strain on my family. It's a sacrifice I've had to make, but she's worth it. I don't regret it because he's the most amazing little boy ever, but there are definitely days that I feel sorry for everything he's gone through and will continue to go through as he gets older. Turns out my wife's side of the family has a genetic disorder that no one really knew about, and it just happened to present itself really severely in my son. He ended up spending almost 2 months in the NICU and had 3 major surgeries before he was even a year and a half old. Hot, PT, and speech so far. He had so many invasive surgeries and doctor's visits. When he was little I seriously worried he'd just be miserable all the time. He's older now, and except for his glasses and a bit of a speech impediment you wouldn't know he was just a normal kiddo. He's out of the woods for now, but he's probably going to need a few more surgeries and interventions as he gets older. He'll also probably end up with arthritis at a really young age. I think the thing that kills me the most is that whenever he decides to start a family he'll have to wrestle with whether or not he wants to risk passing on his condition to his children. It's a 50/50 shot it will get passed on, and his geneticist seems to think the condition is worsening each progressive generation. So God knows how it would present itself in his kids. I hate that he'll have to go through that. Close but not quite. I raised my little sisters, and I'm still paying their way through school. My mother I was raised by my grandparents, who raised me correctly. I considered my grandmother my mother, is a complete basket case. Before you ask, yes she has mental issues, not going into that on a public forum. My mother could never stand once people suddenly didn't agree with her viewpoint / could argue with her. She was great with babies, terrible with teens/adults. When my older sister, raised by mother, left the household and cut my mother out of her life, was close to the same time my grandmother developed Alzheimer's, and I was forced to move to live with my mother. I, being raised in a much different way, was taught that curiosity and challenging perspectives was a good thing. Obviously had a terrible relationship with my mother. My mother, not knowing how to handle these things, decided to adopt. She adopted 2 crack babies from the state, the older of which was diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome. Think a child with absolutely no impulse control, close to autism, but not quite. The younger one had nothing. She has since developed depression due to her older sister, but I can't really fault myself for how I was forced to be in the situation of being a parent for my little sisters at age 13. Could I have done things better now that I'm in my 30s? Yes. When I left to go to college they were both in their early teen/late elementary level. I have rarely been home since, but still support them financially, and they have my phone number and text me all the time to ask for advice about what to do about mom. I do not regret being there for my sisters at all, as nobody else would have been. However, I do regret being put in a situation where I was not ready to be in the position I was put into by someone else's choices. It was a quick and dirty welcoming to adulthood. I'm glad at the end of the day that they were adopted. The environment they would have been placed into would have been terrible for them had it not been for me taking up slack of both their birth mother or my mother. I hope that as they get older I will be able to have a closer relationship with them, one not involved in being an authority figure. Edit. This is heavily sanitized and barely tells how difficult it was. I at 15 was arguing with their teachers to have the older one put into special schools, while my mother just sat there silently, being willing to sign whatever agreement we came to. It was far more in depth than I'm willing to talk about publicly. I actually didn't plan on posting this, but once I did I just kept going. I've been my son's dad since he was 7. Bo dad is a real piece of shit, was never really there, was a real sheet bag when he was, and we're all happy to not have him around. When I started dating my now ex, I found out he had Duchenne's muscular dystrophy, one of the worst strains. At the time I didn't know how bad it would get, but he's 25 now, and doctors said he'd be lucky to see 18, so I got a choice in the matter. Originally, he would walk on the balls of his feet because his leg muscles were already starting to contract. He broke his foot, muscles atrophied very quickly, and he wasn't able to regain use of his legs after that. At this point, he can barely move his arms, hands, and fingers to control his chair and computer mouse. We have to do everything else for him, showers, bathroom duties, feeding, etc. because he takes so much care, and because it could have such a significant detrimental impact upon his mental and physical well-being, we decided to stay living together despite being broken up. His condition made it nearly impossible for us to have a date night or even do anything public as a family. Usually, one of us would get to go do something while the other stayed home. Family would offer to come watch him, so he could be in a comfortable setting, and we could go out, but that was still a very short time limit, because he wouldn't go to the bathroom unless one of us would take care of him. Adding to that, she is paid to be his caregiver, staying home and taking care of him and the house. She began to resent me because I worked outside the house, and she still says that I'm gone all the time, while she is stuck at home and can't get out. While I understand her point, I find that he and I can get out for short, 2 hours, trips to do stuff. She does have more trouble lifting him, though, and it is harder for her, but not impossible. Plus he can only sit in his chair for a certain amount of time. Once we put him into his chair, the clock is ticking for us to load him up, go do stuff, and load him at each stop, come home, and load him, and get him back into bed. We have a small bed in the living room, where he watches TV/movies, and we feed him. Sometimes, if I only have a couple items, I'll ask if he wants to get down, or stay in the van, and I'll just rush in and out, wasting no time. He's an adult, and can make his own decisions. Through all of that, I cherish each day with him. He's the absolute love of my life, and I'm going to be devastated on the day when I find him in his bed no longer a part of my life. Having a kid with severe disabilities and a decreased lifespan is hard. I don't wish it upon anyone, and I might make a different decision were I to go back to that point in my life. While I have regrets about what has happened throughout our life, I have no regrets about deciding to be his dad. Edit. If I knew that I would have no knowledge of all the joy and love I'd be missing out on, I might take a different path. I regret the hardships we've faced and missed opportunities, but I have no regrets about choosing to love him as my own. I'm the youngest of 3 siblings at 21. My sister is the oldest at 27 and is severely disabled, both mentally and physically, Cornelia de Lange syndrome. I cannot speak for my parents, but can give perspective. My parents have not taken longer than a 2-week holiday in over 27 years. Their entire lives have been molded around my sister's disability, and it's stopped them from doing so many things that they would have liked to do. I have never felt like I missed out on anything, but definitely noticed as I grew older the simple things that we as a family didn't participate in, because logistically it was too hard to involve my sister. My parents haven't been able to make a single spontaneous decision since my sister was born. Let's go out for dinner tonight. Let's go away for the weekend. Let's go to the beach, since it's nice weather etc. My parents' bodies are wrecked from lifting and caring for her, and government or privatized care is expensive, but getting better in Australia. They are recently using the respite facilities more. My parents would never say that they regretted having her. They originally only wanted 2 children, but after having my able brother, wanted another able sibling for him, so here I am. We all love her and care for her. My parents are honestly the most honorable and selfless people, and I often think how lucky she is to be born to them. When she was born, they were immediately offered adoption by the hospital staff but kept her. She has made me and my brother kinder, more practical and caring people. However, it is a general consensus that, if there was the option of her not being born, it would be picked. My parents are big supporters of legal euthanasia, I think, partly because at some point my sister will die, possibly quite painfully, in a hospital situation. She is not aware of her own existence, we don't think, so we aim to give her the best quality of life possible. When my parents retire in the next 5 years, we aim to move her into a home. This may be difficult because of what is available and her unique issues. Me and my other sibling know we will have a lot of responsibility in regards to her for the rest of our lives, which is something my parents never wanted. Anyway, long first post. It's an incredibly hard situation to be in, but hey, that's the lot that we got in life and it's much nicer to accept and build on it than wallow. I'm gonna go hug my rent now. I have an almost 8-year-old with Down syndrome. I didn't know what up with him when he was born. I only knew something wasn't right. long bones measuring shorter than gestational age, a very narrow chest that could interfere with lung inflation. None of the typical in utero markers existed. He is nonverbal. He says about 10 words and about 10 signs. He is not potty trained, and it's not gonna happen soon either. My oldest son was DX in the 3rd grade with Asperger's. DSMIV did away with the separation from the rest of the autism spectrum, but it is useful for severity description. He has a lot of emotional issues and is emotionally younger than his chronological age. His issues have been much more difficult to work through. So, I have one child whose difficulties manifested at birth, and one whose came later on. The latter is a lot harder. I have not been sorry about having them. There are rewards buried under the pup and tears that I have a very hard time expressing the depth of joy those rewards bring. Every new word, every situation handled correctly, brings a satisfaction that the work we all have put it matters. With typical children, advancement comes from within and is self-guided. Not the case with non-typicals. They need us to make sure they advance. I'm not having more children. 2/3 non-typicals have me at my limit. I'm also a person who would not have chosen this, and sometimes wonder why my life unfolded this way. And then my son with DS does something new, or my oldest reacts appropriately, and I don't feel that way anymore. No one can say that they would do one thing or another when they have not been in the situation. No one should tell someone what they should or shouldn't do in those situations either. The situations are as individual as the people living them. Not disabled per se, my 6-year-old son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes when he was 11 months. Initially the shock of it all is awful. Knowing he's going to have this for the rest of his life is heartbreaking. The major benefit for it is that he has had it almost his entire life. It's all he knows. He's real good at doing all the stuff associated with it, and now has a continuous glucose monitor as well as an insulin pump. It's hard still. His sugar can go up and down without reason. I don't get a good night's sleep because I'm constantly half awake listening for his alarm in case he goes low or high overnight. When he's in school he has to leave class during the day to go to the health office to do diabetes related care, insulin, snack, ECT. About a month ago, we were watching cartoons before bed and he turned to me and said, "Daddy, I wish I didn't have diabetes. I wish I was just normal." It broke my faking heart. I read the comments of kids that have it much worse than my little guy. In the big scope of things he got off easy. Technology is great in this disease process. My ex-wife and I had another kid after. We get him tested through S research grant to study the cause of diabetes and sibling antigens. But every time my little guy exhibits any diabetic signs, there's a feeling in the pit of my stomach that he's going to get it too. I don't regret having kids. My oldest is an amazing, sweet, caring, smart little guy. He's had to grow up fast, understanding the disease process and how his body feels when he goes low or high, knowing when to and not to eat or have a snack. But it's hard when he's realizing that he's different and just wants to be able to be like every other kid in kindergarten. Apologies upfront for formatting. I'm on mobile. I have a very mild, type 1, form of osteogenesis imperfecta. It is a genetic bone disorder that causes low bone density. My brother and I got it from our father. He and his brother got it from their father and he in turn got it from his mother. We all have type 1 which is very mild compared to a lot of others with the same disorder. My wife and I got married young, 18 and 19, and she got pregnant 9 months later with our first child, a boy, who turned out perfectly normal and healthy. My wife had ovulation issues, so we thought he would be our only child and were ecstatic. Almost 2 years later she got pregnant again, much to our surprise. Throughout both pregnancies I was acutely aware that there was a 50/50 chance that I could pass this disorder on to my children, but with my first son being normal I wasn't so worried the second time. Now, it must be said that there are certain physical characteristics that are signs that one has OI triangular face, barrel chest, flat feet and blue sclera, the whites of the eye. Our second son had all of these signs, but I was in denial and didn't want to admit it to myself, although I knew deep down right away that he had it. 9 months later my older son tried to replicate a wrestling move that he had seen while at his uncle's house and jumped from the top of the sofa onto his brother, who was crawling by, and broke his brother's arm. I tried to play it off as something that would have happened to any child, but from there it was a downward spiral of broken bones and I could no longer deny it. It turns out that OI can vary in severity under the same type, which was news to my entire family. He had over 300 breaks by the time he was 19 and too many surgeries to count. His legs could not support him and he was confined to a wheelchair at 15 years old. He passed away from complications caused by bacterial pneumonia on October 7, 2017 at 19 years old. He had a rough and painful life, but he was always the one to make people laugh or brighten the room when he entered. He had a love for life that is unmatched by anyone I have met in spite of the pain. He was enrolled to our local community college and had met a girl with the same disability online and was very much smitten. I have had 20 years to ponder your question and my answer is no. I don't regret it, and he didn't harbor any resentment toward me for passing it on to him. I and so many others are better people for having known Tyler. Sure, there are things I would have done differently as far as his care was concerned, but I have no regrets for being his father. I have a child with level 2 autism, oppositional defiance disorder and with heavy OCD symptoms. He was nonverbal until he was almost 5. He parrots a lot even to this day. When he's totally lucid and not trapped in his own head he's truly a sweet caring child. When he spirals, it's pure hell. He's getting older now, starting puberty and his outbursts are pretty bad. He screams and cries and yells while crying and gets violent. Hitting, biting, throwing things. We are currently weaning him off antipsychotics for his anger because they stopped working and started making him worse. When it gets bad I think I start to shut down lately as much as he does. I'm afraid of the future if he continues being violent as he grows. He's almost 100 pounds now and can easily overpower me if he gets the early advantage. Just yesterday we had a meltdown over him being told we couldn't go to the store that exact minute he wanted to, and he ended up swinging around a plastic toy lawnmower to keep me at a distance while he screamed at the top of his lungs. I had to take a few hits to get it from him to try and address the top of the lungs shrieking non-stop because he was told no, while laughing because he knows he's hurting me. I love him to absolute death, but I can't lie, some days I just end up feeling seething hot rage that I have to bite down and hide. I'm absolutely terrified for his future and mine because I know if things continue spiraling he will end up in a group home for his safety, ours, and his siblings' safety, and I know it'll absolutely destroy him inside if that happens. But I'm beyond my own coping means already, and damn do I try and bottle my negative emotions until I'm just alone and can just cry until I go numb. I'm torn between hating that this is my life and feeling absolutely terrible for feeling like that because his life is harder for him to live than me to deal with. It's getting harder with him hitting puberty early. He started touching people inappropriately, which we've been working on fixing. It's a struggle daily. If there were prenatal testing that could have detected his problems like there are for other genetic disorders ECT, I'm sorry but I would have aborted in a heartbeat. I deeply regret not aborting that pregnancy, and it makes me feel terrible because at the same time I love him so much, but no, I would not put someone through life like this or myself through it very again. I would be a flat out liar if I said there weren't times I've had suicidal thoughts just to escape my life. I think that's normal though. Nothing I can't push past and carry on with. My youngest, of 4, is 9 and has cerebral palsy, GMFCS 4th. Her use is a power wheelchair, can use a gait trainer with a lot of help for short distances, can transfer into or out of his chair from a same height surface like his bed. I dress him, help him into his chair if needed, prepare all his meals, change his diapers. We are working on the toilet, but he sometimes can't tell when he has to go. Bathe him and carry him to places his chair can't go. Our only bathroom is on the 2nd floor. Most of the time my back and knees hurt, and, between him and my other kids, I'm completely exhausted. I sleep in my living room, to be close enough to him to help him if he needs me in the night, or if he rolls out of bed. Any suggestions on how to stop this that won't cost more than a used car are welcome. I don't think I do that much more than your average parent. It's just that my kiddo isn't likely to need less help in the near future. We are working on getting insurance to cover wheelchair modifications that will greatly improve his quality of life, but I've already been told to expect multiple appeals before it happens. That being said, first thing in the morning, when I get him up, he sits on my lap and gives me the sweetest, warmest hugs. He's a happy person and I can usually expect smiles every time I speak to him. He is smart and observant. In that sense, we are lucky. Little guy has a great memory and asks lots of questions. He likes video games and has friends he enjoys playing with. He likes to watch wrestling and his teachers and therapists use that to motivate him. Raising him is rewarding in every way raising any other child would be, but challenging in ways the parent of a typical child couldn't imagine. I often worry about what will happen to my boy when he's an adult or when his father and I die. I want him to have the same options any other kids would have, but understand that might not be possible, and it kills me. Everything considered, if I could go back before he existed, knowing his disability, I'd still want him as my child. His challenges don't invalidate his life. Knowing how hard things can be makes me infinitely more compassionate towards those who choose not to carry to term a child with disabilities, though. I'm not the parent, but I was a classmate of the eldest of 3 siblings who all had Asperger's. The eldest was very high functioning. Minus his rocking in a chair when either stressed or focused, his walking on the tips of his toes all the time, and his unending affinity to blast one band's music all the time. He wouldn't have stood out more than any other nerd in school. His middle sibling was less high functioning and had anger spats whenever he was frustrated. I don't think he ever lashed out at someone while in school, but things would be damaged whenever these happened. The youngest sibling was pretty low functioning. Basically it seemed like his mental age was at best half of his biological age. Constantly needed to be accompanied by his mother or a school caretaker in order to manage his episodes, which would come about for almost any emotion on the planet. Take your normal reaction to any type of situation, being frustrating, happy, sad, maddening, and multiply it by roughly 1000x. This is how this child handled his emotions. I spoke with the mother about this type of question maybe 5 or so years ago, and of course she takes all the blame on herself, which is of course unhealthy. But given having to raise 3 kids with Asperger's, I can understand the situation. She did say that if she knew the chances of kid 2 and 3 having it, she wouldn't have had them, and she regretted having child 3 after child 2 came out worse than child 1. I'm sorry if this doesn't answer the question that was asked properly. I'm a sibling, not the parent, but have spoken at length with my mum about this and feel able to hopefully shed some light on this. It was when my brother was born that my parents found out something was wrong. 40 plus years ago now, much better technology now. At that point my parents did grieve that they didn't have a healthy child, but as their first they had a limited point of reference. Within a few days my mum had already adapted as well as she could, but obviously my grandparents grieved too. However, from that point onwards I don't think my parents had any regrets. He was a very happy child and teenager. That being said, it wasn't going to be possible for him to have a full life, and I think what helped them be strong was making the life that he was going to be able to have the best possible. There are many stories of the things he got up to, alone and with my other brother, born about 9 years later. I don't know if that changed during the end, but knowing my parents and the life they witnessed him enjoy, I doubt there were regrets, just a great deal of pain and grief. Knowing it will happen doesn't make it any easier. However, I'm fully aware and support with hopefully a great deal of understanding that had I been diagnosed with Downs before I was born, my mother probably would have terminated me. There was a high risk at that point due to my mother's age. That being said, my brother's condition was a hereditary condition passed down on the female side. At some point I will have to decide with my partner whether I want to take that risk, as I'm not sure there is a test for it. This hurt more than I thought it would, but I hope it helps. I have 3 boys with autism. I wouldn't trade them for the world. They're still only young, so I don't know what they'll face as they grow older, but it's my job to grow them up, to be able to face it with courage and a sense of humor. Having said that, school didn't suit them at all. The eldest was bullied relentlessly, and the younger struggled with severe anxiety the whole time. I pulled the eldest one out 2 years ago, and the youngest a year ago, and they are different children. Now that they're being homeschooled, confident, far more outgoing, far calmer, curious about the world, and the youngest, who was nonverbal, has started to speak in complex sentences that other people understand. He had to have massive amounts of therapy to get there as well, but it was in the far quieter, calmer atmosphere at home that he found the space and time to actually start talking one-on-one and not being interrupted. We have no money. I used to earn good money, but spend my time writing grants to get money off the government and various charities now, instead. And reading up on financial advice, and budgeting websites, and how to make a pack of mints stretch to 3 meals for 5 people. I spent a huge amount of time, at first, reading up on, and trying out various therapies and biomechanical interventions, and we've done some really weird diets, some of which worked and some of which didn't. My youngest has a tendency to vanish, so I need to be watching him at all times when we go out, but that's about it. People pity me, which I feel quite bad about, because they are all very good-natured children, and I feel that has very little to do with me, and far more to do with their intrinsic natures. The eldest two are more Aspergery, but the youngest is definitely autistic, and they all have strong anxiety, which is part and parcel of autism anyway. The eldest has also been diagnosed with ADHD, but hasn't needed his meds since he left school. I still think the formal diagnosis is helpful as he may need meds in the future, depending on what he chooses to do. I feel a very big part of my job is to help my boys to discover their passions, and then help them to meet the educational requirements to follow them. I'd like to give a shout out to r/autism and the associated subreddits. Being able to talk to autistic adults about what they needed, and still need, has changed the way I interact with my boys, what therapies they receive, and how they spend their time. I do believe that adult autistics are the best possible advocates for autistic children, and they should be listed to more closely and more often. I feel that, for autistic people at least, the problem is not them, but the way in which they can be taken advantage of by people who are cruel or thoughtless in our society. A lot of autistic people, even severely autistic people, have a lot to offer the world if the world gave them the space to contribute what they have to give. I'm a behavior therapist for kids, ages 2 to 16, with developmental disabilities or disorders that have behavioral changes. Only personally worked with kids who have autism, but my company sometimes has kids with crippling phobias or OCD, or they might have Downs. But mostly kids with autism, so that's really what I can speak on, and not any other types of disabilities. There's just a huge broad spectrum in what disabled can mean, even with things that we normally think of as impossible to really change or combat the symptoms of. My father has 2 siblings with Downs. One could probably have learned to be somewhat independent if she had early intervention and had learned how to do it and how to cope, and her older brother with Downs basically just exists in a perpetual sunny state of existence, but can't really take care of himself. Nonetheless, it was the 60s, so of course their parents didn't really have any resources and just had to do everything themselves. They loved their children dearly, but having to take care of 2 people well into your old age is hard, especially after my grandfather's onset of dementia meant my grandmother had to take care of him too. But at this point, their children were so accustomed to living with their parents for 50+ years that removing them from family would have been cruel and hard to explain to them. I never asked the type of question Op had to them, but given how they continued to have kids after one with Downs, I don't think they regretted it, at least not in their kids' childhoods. My family regales me with stories of how my grandfather got onto a state board of education to try and push for changes in schools to support kids with special needs based on what he saw his kids needed but weren't getting. As for the kids I work with at my job, I can see some of the different stresses on the parents. One client I have, his parents are often reluctant to bring him places because he will start screeching gibberish words seemingly at random, and if anyone speaks to him, it almost always makes him do it even louder. It's frustrating for everyone. The parents feel embarrassed by all the people staring at them and probably thinking, dude, control your kid. And the kid is probably also frustrated because he wants or needs something but can't express it, or he was trying to express something else and got reprimanded for it. This child is in elementary school and the most real words I've heard him say at once is requesting an item when someone else is holding something he wants, a specific skill we taught him. Right now, we are working on teaching him how to say stop when he wants something to end, so that when he's frustrated, he doesn't have to hit someone or scream to make it go away. Our biggest victory recently was when I asked him what the weather is like out, and he looked at the window and gave me an answer. I think for a lot of people, that kind of latency in development is so hard to fathom, so when it happens to their kid, they're stressed out and don't know how to handle it. One of the things that my supervisor and I do, and I'm sure others do as well, is remind parents of how far their kid has come. Because it's easy to feel like they're never going to improve, and it's easy to feel like there are just too many things in the way of the kid being at all independent, or to just live a happy life. But we make sheets of things that the kid has improved on, or mastered since we started therapy with him, or talk to parents after a session like, today he did a structured activity by himself, or today he asked for help completely on his own. And he definitely has improved, but you don't see that on the bad days. On the bad days, you're freaking out because your kid is becoming more aggressive because he can't communicate what he wants, and it's frustrating him, and the only way he thinks he can get what he needs, usually to end something he doesn't like, or to be removed from a situation, is to lash out and hit people. The most common question I get from my clients' parents is something to the effect of, will my child ever be normal? Because, well, of course the parents want that. They want their kids to be happy. They hate seeing this, where their child can't convey his needs, and as a result they can't help him, or when other kids at school are mean because their kid is different, or when their kid can't do normal kid things because he doesn't know how. But I'm sure they also don't want to be taking care of their children into old age like my father's parents. After parenting for so many years, even if you love your children, you're ready for a break. It's exhausting even in the best of cases. And a lot of parents with disabled children don't ever get that break. The silver lining is that psychology and all those other fields related to special needs kids are growing and improving. Autism in particular is getting tons of focus and research. During my undergrad senior seminar, which was focused on autism, we read about a study that let researchers predict the onset of autism with high accuracy in infants using a machine that tracks eye movements. Insurance companies are starting to pay for services like what I do in some parts of the country, and more schools have trained professionals to help kids. Early intervention is becoming easier and more affordable, and that's critical, because the earlier intervention starts, the sooner and easier it is to teach the kid how to cope and overcome the various behavioral or skill deficiencies they might have, like communication skills. I think over time, there will be less regret or guilt involved in children with special needs, because services for them and their parents are becoming higher quality, more affordable, and a lot more accessible. It's slow going, but I hope eventually the question of do you regret having kids since your kid has this disability will be answered with no, because we got help, and even if the life my kid leads isn't normal, they're happy and so are we. Honestly, yes. I absolutely love my son, but our lives, mine, my partner, and his sibling, are incredibly difficult, and we struggle every day just to get through the day. My son is 12 and is severely autistic. He can communicate, but at about the level of a 2 to 3-year-old. He has severe OCD issues, to the point that we often can't go out in public. He is stuck developmentally at about 4 years old and still wants to watch shows and play games appropriate for that age group. It is getting more difficult as he gets older and still wants to play on playgrounds, bounce houses, etc. and is simply too big, but doesn't understand that. We frequently see signs that there is so much going on in his head that he just cannot communicate to us. It is really difficult for him. He doesn't understand actions and results. So he will get upset and destroy a favorite toy and then not understand why that toy doesn't work the next time. He hits people and then doesn't understand why they won't play with him again. I worry every day about his future. He will probably be a very large adult and is already physically hard to control. When he is happy, the world is a wonderful, amazing place. But when he is having a bad day, I fear for everyone's physical safety, from him and his safety, both from himself and eventually whatever authority figures might step in. So we do everything we can to keep him happy, even if it means the rest of us are never really happy. Not sure if we count or not, but here ya go. One of my twins has a lot of sensory processing issues, struggles with communication, and can get so overwhelmed by her environment and stimulus around her that all she can do is flap her hands wildly, squeal, throw herself down onto the floor, sob, and then thrash her legs around. She'll be 2 in August. We plan on testing for autism. Her dad and I are both spectrum babies. She was also a preemie 28W. Once she's old enough, she's popping so many red flags like hand flapping, tiptoeing, not tolerating change at all, fixation, circling, speech delays, shrieking, socializing her way or not at all. We'll get her an EC and speech therapy, and I'm constantly working with her day and night to get her feeling confident and giving her the tools she needs to healthily process the things around her and cope with her feelings. We are working on a lot of self-advocating communication via signs and simple words, stuff like mad and no more and all done and stuff like that. It's exhausting at times. Most LMAO, that's just parenting for you, because I have to catch her in the right moment, otherwise she's not going to accept any of what I'm trying to teach. Sometimes she gets so frustrated that she'll hit me, bite me, and throw things at me. Other times she's so sensitive and feelsy that day that all she wants to do is just cuddle in my lap and sit with me. Just don't wrap your arms around her. She hates confinement or snuggle up on the couch. It's such a back and forth all day every day, and it's no wonder that I'm popping grey and white hairs at 24. But do I regret having them? Absolutely not. Do I wish they were any different? Nope, they wouldn't be them if they were. They fought for their lives from the moment of conception. We almost lost them so many times in my belly, and then once they were born. She's just a baby and doesn't understand what she's doing or the kind of way she makes me feel when she tries to slap the fool out of me and be an all-around turt. For what reason? I don't know. The other day it was because she couldn't manage to pick off my toenail polish. My children each have their issues and are so very different from each other, but them and all of their issues are what make my life worth living. Without these kids I don't think I'd manage to get up every day. I love them, quirks and delays and disabilities and all. As long as they're happy and they all seem to be fed, get their shots, and are shown love every day and night, I figure I'm doing an okay job by them. My only goal as their mom is to give them a safe and happy childhood full of love and support that follows them all of their lives into adulthood, and to teach them the tools they will need to navigate life with as few bumps and bruises along the way as possible. My daughter is special needs. She was not diagnosed until age 9. I watch her suffer every day and fight an internal battle within her mind. Most days at best she is violent, destructive, self-harms and is explosive and unpredictable. Living with her is like living in a war zone. Medication does not fix it, it only dulls her. Therapy does not fix it, it only puts a band-aid on things for a few hours. On a daily basis it takes a team of people to help me control her. Most days I feel like I'm raising a wild animal. That being said, her sibling was born prior to her diagnosis. When we were given a diagnosis it became clear that she may never have a fully functional life. She may never fit into society, and this may be our normal for the rest of her life. If I could go back and fix it now, I firmly believe the most humane thing would have been to not have children. She didn't ask for this disease, and on the off chance that a genetic link is made someday, I would give anything to reverse time and save her from the mental and physical suffering she endures. To be clear, I love both of my children. They are here and give me hope every day. But one child is normal and has to live in a volatile environment. The other a victim of her mental deficit. I'm ashamed to say that I regret having children, but I feel so much guilt about bringing them into a world where my love is not enough to protect them from the things I cannot control. My mother had a friend with one disabled son and one non. Her friend's husband always stressed that they were a united front and no one would come between them. The disabled son was always going to be cared for at home. Well, when the non-disabled son grew up, he moved as far away from home and rarely had contact with his parents because he was resentful. The disabled son grew to be tall and strong and had a bad temper. The husband had always thought he and his wife would care for him together, but he got older, weaker and frail. Eventually he died, and the care fell to his wife, who had never been that strong to begin with. Eventually, the disabled son developed a hitting problem and started beating the crap out of his mother, who was an old lady. Things change in life. It's normal. My mom's friend felt horribly guilty for going against her husband's wishes. Guess what? There wasn't a plan and the wishes weren't well thought out. It finally boiled down to the mother of the disabled son going to the doctor for yet another injury and her doctor saying, "You must remove him from your home for your own health." Before she started figuring it out. Everybody has wishes, but those aren't solutions to problems in the long term. In a perfect world, wishes can be met, but the world isn't perfect. And just who are those wishes for? The dead person? Dead people are gone from this world. They can't speak and tell you what is right for the situation now. There's a stigma to not giving a dying person what they want, but once that person is deceased, it no longer matters. The living have to do what's right for them. Late to the game, but my husband has a syndrome. Before we had children we pushed for a doctor to genetically test him, and I know one would, because well it didn't matter that my husband presented with weird but acceptable physical ailments. We had our first child, and she was perfect at birth. She was a little more colicky than some babies, didn't want to suck a bottle, and eventually needed speech therapy. Now that she's older she presents with some sensory issues, and could be considered on the spectrum or AD. No one will really help with these things, because she is intelligent, a girl, and have such a sweet personality, so she passes. When we had our second, a son, he mouth breathed at birth. The nurses ignored this until he twilight during an examination 24 hours after birth. He went to the NICU, and was then transferred to a larger children's hospital. The docs said he had narrow nasal passages, and tried to brush us off. I did a lot of research while we were in the NICU and pinpointed that my husband's and son's symptoms matched a syndrome called SMMCI. Luckily they had performed an MRI on my son the second day in the NICU. When the doctor told us our son was fine, not to worry, radiology had found nothing wrong, I requested the doctor revisit the reading to see if he had a single front tooth. Sure sign of the syndrome. I'll never forget that doc scrolling through the MRI and seeing that single front tooth, damning my son and us to our existence of strange midline abnormalities. The horror stories I'd read online of deafness, inability to walk, heart conditions, and possible mental disorders. I'd told my OB before I'd gotten pregnant that if the baby had anything odd I would terminate the pregnancy. My husband and I were financially stable to have a healthy child, but not one with disabilities. Luckily, my son has very few issues besides that single front tooth, a non-worrying VSD, and growth issues. He needs daily HGH shots plus a whole lot of dental work is in his future. We are so freaking lucky he is mostly okay. At first, when we weren't sure what was up, I wished I'd have miscarried. Now, he is the light of my life. He and his sister are my little circus wherever we go. Wouldn't change their little quirks for anything. Moral of the story, if you think something is up with you or your partner, genetically, push hard for testing. We fracking lucked out, but not everyone is as lucky. This is actually an interesting question. I have an almost 5-year-old girl who is on the spectrum. I was 18 when I became pregnant with her due to RAP. I didn't want to have a baby at that age, especially with how she was conceived. However, I was not allowed an abortion. So I continued on, and after an emergency C-section, because she was so small and distressed, the first thing I said to her the moment I saw her was back quote, "Hello, beautiful." As the years went by, I noticed she was a bit different to other kids her age. She wouldn't wear pants, because in her opinion, they were hurting her. She wouldn't drink anything but water and occasionally a small cup of tea, which is unusual to me as I've never met a 4-year-old who preferred tea over juice. She would scream if she walked on the floor for too long. She would often climb up onto the table to get away from the floor. Her meltdowns are absolute hell. She tells me she can't stop and it makes her sad. She can't stop crying, and she just wished she could settle down. She cries very easily, has trouble going to the toilet still, and is not afraid to tell people they're lucky to be chubby because it's cute. She has caused so much stress, anxiety, and as someone with PTSD from how she came to be, flashbacks. But I do not ever regret having her. She changed me for the better. At the age of 18 to 19, you're probably an entitled piece of shit and don't realize it. I didn't. But with her here, and now her baby sister, I have matured so much. We have both grown, and her personality is so caring, funny and surprising. I wouldn't ever change her. My 2-month-old daughter was born with Zellweger syndrome. All prior testing told us that our baby was completely healthy. It took 2 days after birth to diagnose. Zellweger syndrome is an incredibly rare, incurable, untreatable genetic condition. My daughter is blind, severely mentally retarded, epileptic, and will die within the next few months. She will most likely pass from renal or heart failure. If we are lucky, she will just stop breathing. If I had known this would have happened prior to getting my wife pregnant, we would have immediately began IVF. This would have enabled us to prevent the occurrence of this syndrome for future children. If we try to have kids again, there is a 25% chance another one will be affected. This experience has made me reconsider my position on abortion. Daily I have to hold my daughter while she screams and seizes. Her heart rate skyrockets and her oxygen saturation drops. There's nothing I can do for her. Eventually, as very long chain fatty acids build up inside of her, the nerve endings in her tiny body will be painfully torn apart. When the time comes, I have morphine ready. In that moment I will finally be able to do something to help ease her pain. Originally I was against the idea of abortion. Now after watching Lily suffer, I would reconsider my position if I found a new pregnancy with severe complications. It doesn't seem worth it to make a cute little one suffer so needlessly. I disagree when people chose to abort due to poor life decisions. I also realize that the quality of life for an unwanted child is abysmal. It is not a black and white decision. Abortion sits in the moral gray area. I thought I could chime in from the other side of things. I'm not a parent with disabilities, but an adult with disabilities. I'm 30 now, and while I hardly notice my disabilities anymore, as the biggest hindrance in my life they cause is having to put in a Baha hearing aid in the mornings, snaps into a screw, embedded into my skull. I honestly have no idea how my parents did it. As a child I put them through hell, having over 25 operations to fix various issues I was born with, flying all over Canada to get some of those operations done. Thank goodness for our healthcare system. It must have taken so much out of them, especially when I was a young child, as it wasn't clear that I would ever be an able-bodied healthy adult, or even live to become an adult. I thank my parents for all the patience and care they were able to give to me in the first half of my life. Because of their strength I'm able to live a normal life. To the point where people are totally unaware of my disabilities, unless I directly point them out. The opposite side of this story is that my wife and I were trying for a child. It doesn't look like it's going to happen now, but before we even starting trying we both agreed that if she gets pregnant, and it appears as if the child is going to be disabled in the same ways that I was, we would get an abortion. Maybe not an easy decision to make, but we tried to be as honest as possible with each other in terms of how much we were willing to go through if we weren't going to have a healthy baby. I don't personally, but I married into a family that has this situation. My wife and my wife's sister are typical, but she has 2 brothers with varying levels of autism. The one brother is in permanent care and has the cognitive ability of a 4-year-old, nonverbal. The second brother is at a much higher functioning level of autistic, but is also entirely deaf. I'll learn sign to speak with him, but then you have to get over the autistic hurdle as well. All the children are in their mid to late 20s now. Even with such a heavy burden on the family, they've really made it work. I'm Canadian and the support here is reasonable. There are communities and support everywhere, and sometimes it almost feels like being part of an inner circle. In fact, my brother-in-law, higher function but deaf, is one of the stronger players on our local Olympic basketball team, Special Olympics. We even hosted the Special Olympics the other year and attended opening ceremonies. Was pretty cool. To answer the question though, I don't believe they regret having their children. I'm certain there were patches where they though things of that nature. Things are really hard at times. But they had 4 kids, so one with special needs didn't stop them from having more. And they love their kids. All of them. And honestly, I believe my life is richer for it. I had a deaf person serve me at the McDonald's drive-thru the other day, and I made me happy knowing I knew a little about the culture and could respond with a few basic gestures. The biggest drawback has to be people not understanding what autism is, or people dropping the R-bomb when they've clearly never been around someone who could be defined as such. I try to stand up for my family, but it is usually not worth the argument. Also, I have a daughter. There is always the concern that with 2 in the family, that it is genetic. But even with that concern, we've moved ahead. She's 11 months old and the best thing in my life. I have no regrets. Will she be typical? I can know yet, but either way, I'll be a proud father. Regardless of what your child is or has, if they become the best that they can be, you'll be happy and proud. TLDR, my in-laws love their autistic children. I love my daughter. Things can be hard but never regretting. It's a disappointment at first, but you learn to have different expectations. And when they meet or surpass them, you are still a proud parent. Reading some of these replies, I don't even know if this counts. I have a 9-year-old daughter who is on the autism spectrum. Her main symptoms are around taking things very literally, so she misses the subtext of many things in life. This makes social interactions very difficult for her to pass, and as a result, really struggles with friendships. She's such a bright old soul, as my late grandmother called her. She is so in tune with people's emotions, and is empathetic to a fault. This makes her life hard. She has one friend in particular who she adores, probably to an unhealthy level, but their friendship is fraught with constant disagreements because of her inability to understand why she acts the way she does at times. I dunno. It's heartbreaking at times, but I feel like there are qualities within her that I have never seen in a child her age as a result of her condition. It's a double-edged sword. I worry terribly about how her teenage years are going to play out. Edit. I forgot to answer the question. I wouldn't change things for the world. This kid is going to do great things. She makes me proud every day, and she is an absolute joy to nurture and see her grow. I know that the world will be confusing and challenging for her often, but I also know that she is resilient and brilliant in her own way, and she will find her niche in the world. My daughter has mild to moderate cerebral palsy and heart issues. My son has ADHD and probably some other autistic issues, but his father has refused to have him tested for an exact diagnosis. They are both teenagers. I do not regret for 1 second having them, but I mourn the fact that they didn't have typical childhoods free from surgeries, procedures, therapies, medicine, treatment, hospital stays. It breaks my heart when my daughter is bullied or ignored at school. I have had literal panic attacks over my son's birthday parties because he wants so badly for friends to come, and sometimes that doesn't happen. When my kids are marginalized or sidelined, I want to scream. I know my son isn't the easiest kid to get along with. I know it's weird to be my daughter's friend because she is physically slow and sometimes drools or trips, but I wish other kids would put in the effort. I worry a lot for their futures. I worry my son will get into trouble with the law or do something life-altering because of his poor impulse control. For the most part, he doesn't get in trouble, but he says things that I feel could get him there. I'm so mad I could just take a knife and cut him up. I worry my daughter won't get a heart transplant in time. I worry technology won't advance quickly enough for her to avoid other surgeries. We were always told by the time she needs more surgery, this technology should be available. Well, now we are looking down the barrel and it's not ready yet. I worry neither of them will live on their own independently. My son because he can't manage things, and my daughter because she can't do some things physically. I want them to have their dream jobs and not just minimum wage living. So even though there's a lot of heartache, worry, physical and mental stress, part of the reason my marriage ended was because of the stress. No, I don't regret having them. I'm saddened that the world isn't the place I want it to be for them. I both regret and do not regret it. I'm a mom of two. My firstborn is an eloquent trilingual sweetheart. My secondborn is disabled. I did have my tubes tied after the second. I have a 5-year-old daughter with an extremely rare genetic condition called mitochondrial complex 3 deficiency. It is an incurable terminal disease that neither her father nor myself could have ever known about. Her geneticist says that her case appears to be mild and that she'll probably live to see late adolescence/maybe early adulthood. But she will die. 24% of children diagnosed from an early age will not live to the age of 6. So far, she's on track to overcome that hurdle. This is because I have literally done everything I can to prolong her life. She has 15 specialists, 3 therapists, not including her team of professionals at the school she attends, a holistic doctor, hippotherapy, etc. She is the happiest and most beautiful child I have ever known, and I honestly am not being biased, well, maybe a bit. Her IEP team has literally put down on paper that she is the closest thing to an angel in human form, and it's true. She can light up a room as soon as she walks in. She can't speak much, but can say hey all day long. She will grab onto a stranger and give the best hugs you'll ever have. And when I'm in the pits of despair, she pulls me out with her unconditional, pure, innocent love. I don't regret that she is here. I think she has changed me in so many incalculable ways. I always have felt empathy for SP-Ed parents, but you never really understand what it is actually like until you experience it firsthand. It is not an easy road, and it's not meant for everyone. I don't judge any parent if they feel they cannot find the strength. I didn't think I had it, but fortunately, my special little one gave me the drive to do whatever I need to make her time here on Earth worthwhile. TLDR, I have 2 kids. Youngest is special needs. I love her, don't regret it, but will not risk another. Finally, one I can answer. I'm only 22, so I don't have any kids, but my mother is the oldest of 4 siblings, the youngest being her only brother with severe mental handicaps. Long story short, it was actually because of doctor error that caused him to suffer brain damage and prolonged time with low amount of oxygen. He was diagnosed with epilepsy and cerebral palsy and basically couldn't do anything for himself. He wore diapers, couldn't speak, had a surgery in his teenage years to allow him to walk, but not in a normal way. When I was 10, my mother's mother was diagnosed with lung cancer. They ended up moving with my family into a bigger home when I was 12, so my mom could help her father take care of him. Shortly after, my grandma passed away. I don't think they ever regretted having children, especially considering that he should have been a normal and healthy child. I know that my entire family had been blessed beyond belief to have him in our lives. Honestly, he was like a sibling to me and my siblings, and he was the happiest person I ever knew. He always had a big grin on his face and just would come up and hug you for absolutely no reason. We lost him last April from what seemed to be a seizure in his sleep, but we were told it was peaceful and that he felt no pain. Doctors said he wouldn't reach a year old, and he managed to make it to 39. We'll always miss you, Billy. I have a little girl with spina bifida. She is currently 3 and her lesion was on her L4-L5 vertebrae. When she was still in the womb, we had fetal surgery performed to see if that would help out. She currently is in a wheelchair for mobility, but is working on walking with a walker. She has a cath schedule and does a cone enema at night to help with her bowels. She had a shunt placed a month or so after she was born that later malfunctioned, then became infected, and then was replaced. In her life she has had about 9 procedures done. So that's the scary part. However, she is an amazing little gal. She has a very headstrong attitude, where if she wants to do something, it will be done. Anytime a therapist sets a goal, she crushes it. She makes me proud regularly. We try to treat her equally, in that she gets no special privileges. Her big sister is her greatest advocate. When big sister is around, she is always included, and they raise hell all around the house. One of the hardest parts is that she is a very typical 3-year-old who wants to explore and play. In our little town we don't have very many handicap accessible options for parks. This weekend though, we went out of town to a place that has an inclusive park, and I'm going to start researching ways to lobby for one in our town. Not all the days are awesome, and you will have the I hate this disability days. but the good days are the best. And she has helped me redefine what disability means in my head. She has also helped me learn that most people are amazing and just want to help. Sorry this was so long, but I love that little girl so much, and I love talking about her. I'm a parent of a child with severe high. He's just over 1 year old, so we are not sure what the future holds. I wouldn't say I regret having a child, but I would say I regret not having a typical child. Our lives have changed dramatically in just a year. Went from a huge house and buying whatever we wanted to moving in with my wife's grandmother and buying her much smaller house when she went to assisted living. This is partially due to me having to find a different job and the new one paid less, and partially because my wife can no longer work because she has to care for my son full time. Doctor's appointments are constant, like 3 to 8 per week. We hope he will be able to walk and talk, hell even smile one day, but no one knows yet. It is incredibly difficult to do everything for your son all the time and never get a smile from him. And sleep. We dream about sleeping for just 6 hours in a row together. 13 months of trading sleep really wears on you. We are just now starting night meds because we couldn't until he turned a year old. We are hopeful. So I guess in short, I love my son more than anything, but I would give up everything to have a typical child. I would take his disability for my own in a second if it took it from him. Reading this thread has all but solidified my decision to not have a second child. We to assume my son will not outlive us, but who knows? I would want him to have someone that would care for him that he had known his whole life, but it's just not fair to his would-be siblings. I have a 6-year-old son with various mini diagnoses, but overall he is largely undiagnosed. He has a rare genetic condition which we have been trying to figure out for years with the help of his geneticist, and at the moment my son, husband and myself are being tested using exome sequencing, so we are hopeful that we will get a diagnosis. I had a difficult pregnancy, and whilst my son was born with polydactyly he presented as a normal baby. As he got older it was obvious something was wrong. He took much longer to reach milestones, and we were told at 18 months old that he was globally delayed. As time went on we were told that he now has a moderate to severe learning disability, a speech disorder, central sleep apnea, sensory processing disorder, hypermobility syndrome, and so much more. He is the light of mine and my husband's life, but we won't have any more children. We don't regret him, and it's no one's fault that he is the way he is, but knowing what we know now, we cannot bring another child into the world and we need to focus everything on our son. This was a very hard decision to make. I worry for my child growing up as an only child, because eventually my husband and I will die, but we are saving money to make sure that he has the appropriate support when we are gone. My son has taught me so much over the last 6 years, there's no way I could regret having such a wonderful little boy. It's really hard at times, and he still doesn't sleep through the night, but we are doing the best we can. Regret is a strong word, but I'll admit to wishing he was normal at least once a week. My son is 7. He has autism, but is high functioning. This means he seems rather normal until you get to his emotions. He has the emotional control of a toddler. If he's sad it's a tantrum. If he's angry he will stop and slam doors and throw things. Luckily he has no interest in hitting or kicking like some autistic children. He's very verbal, tests years ahead in math and reading, and has a vocabulary that would rival most teens. He also has an impeccable memory. To go with that, he has severe anxiety and OCD. Because of his clarity and logic in all things, he can tell you exactly what makes him anxious, and it sucks. He tells me I can't shut the door or the light off because monsters may get him. Even though he knows it isn't real, he can't help being scared. The OCD makes random nervous tics that I can't stand. He snaps his fingers or claps his hands, and I have to work so hard to not ask him to stop. It's the most annoying thing to me. He does it close to your face a lot, but he can't help it. All I can do is ask him to tap his foot instead or something. On top of the mental ones, he has fine motor delays, so he can't open any snacks or anything, and is just now learning to zip his coat or unbutton his pants after 2 years of art. This has led to many accidents that aren't his fault, but frustrate me of course. He also has severe asthma, allergies, including to dairy, and eye issues, amblyopia and macular degeneration, which make him crazy clumsy, and so he falls a lot. Lots of trips. He can say hurtful things when upset, repeats phrases from movies or friends, and has no filter, which leads to harsh truths. He has no real friends and a super duper lack of social skills. He also requires handling with baby gloves, and doesn't set the best example for his little sister, who is neurotypical, and now thinks fits are okay/normal. I don't regret him. We knew he was on the spectrum super early, and yet decided to have another. I just know my life would be so much easier if he weren't disabled. But there's a reason we will never have 3, and the only time I even have a twinge similar to regret is when planning vacations. We travel so much, but I have to work him up to ideas months in advance, and we can never go somewhere without him for more than a few hours. This severely limits what we can do, and that stinks. Late to this, but here's my story. My older child, 5, is profoundly disabled. At 5 she is unable to roll over, sit unassisted, talk or eat. She has a feeding tube, gets medication 3 times daily to manage stiffness and chronic pain. Her brain did not grow and develop properly in the first few months of her life. Other than this, I don't have an answer as to why. She doesn't have behavioral issues, but she is a very high maintenance kid due to her feeding tube and medications. She also struggles with sleep, so I sit with her for at least 2 hours every night to help her get to sleep. She is managing better now, but she used to vomit up to 10 times a day. I also have a typical 2-year, and I'm an only parent. I wouldn't say that I regret having kids. I love them both to the ends of the earth. But there is definitely an amount of sadness in my life. I will almost certainly outlive her and be planning a funeral for her at some point. The strain of her care was one of the reasons my marriage ended. Not the only one, and not the main one, but a factor. The cost of equipment and medical care is astronomical, and I make choices in my life to ensure she gets what she needs at my own expense. I have anxiety issues over her care and health. When something is wrong, she cannot tell, and I have to go through trial and error while she is suffering. I go through periods where I cry every night from the stress and weight of my responsibility as her parent. But being her parent has helped me grow in ways I never expected. I have released that life is not a competition, and comparing yourself to others can be very divisive. I have become more patient than I thought was possible. I take a lot of pride in my ability to be a reliable and responsible parent, and have finally become comfortable with who I am. The first ultrasound was fine, and we were overjoyed, since this was going to be our first. The amnio was fine too, so no genetic issues. We were aware of the higher odds of complications starting a family later in life. But so far so good. The next ultrasound was not good. The technician went away after watching the screen, and we knew something was not right. After an agony of waiting, we found out they would be born with half their organs outside their body. It was only a physical problem from the time when the abdomen was supposed to close over organs and just did not. We were devastated. We consulted with specialists who told us viability could be possible, but also of all the surgeries and life complications they would face right from the start and well beyond. We talked and cried. Well, she cried. I never have. We ultimately decided this was not something we wanted to saddle our child with, and that we might not be strong enough to support them through all they would go through. We decided to end the pregnancy, but we wanted to know what this would mean if any future children of ours would have the possibility of the same issues, so we induced in order to have an autopsy. But it was also an incredibly emotional closure as we got to see them. The physical issues they had were overwhelming. But maybe even more punishing was there were no other issues making us question whether we did the right thing for the right reasons. I did not know how to feel. I was hurting, and I was angry, and I was sad, maybe numb. I did not know how to process what I was feeling. For some reason we felt we wanted to bring some small gifts to the nurses who helped us. When I did, they asked us, "How is your newborn?" And though I knew they were just being polite and probably did not remember me or the fact we did not have a newborn, it enraged me and made me really want to lash out. Instead, I just was too stunned to tell them, gave the gifts, and just left, suppressing any feelings. Ultimately we did have another, and they were born without complication. The issues of raising a kid with all the standard issues did show maybe we did the right thing, as that is a challenge itself. The kid is probably more spoiled than they otherwise would be, probably part guilt, probably just for being an only. And we are happy to be a family. We tried for another after that, but that never happened, and we stopped trying. I live with the guilt over our decision and always will. Years of therapy did not really help. Part of me feels I should never lose the guilt and should keep punishing myself. Part of me does not and thinks I need to make some sort of peace. I have never spoken to anyone about this, so maybe writing this starts some process. I do not know. I'm a 41-year-old autistic man, supposed high-functioning autism. I was diagnosed at age 15 by a psychiatrist/psychologist practice, but that diagnosis was overshadowed by some significant childhood trauma/events that I was actually there for. As a result, the autism diagnosis and what it meant were not really explained to me. I would conveniently forget about the diagnosis, only to encounter some life challenges that couldn't be explained away, and then would face my diagnosis and suspect it might be right. But I'd then go into denial again. I did go on to some success working a corporate job for an IT company. What made it a bit unique was I had extremely good soft skills and was good at managing employees, so I worked management in customer service and quality assurance. In other words, I didn't sit alone in an office and program or whatever cliche you'd assume of an autistic. My wife and I had a child, but she was diagnosed with MS and got very sick. It was obvious my long hours working a corporate job couldn't continue, and we had to move to another state to get assistance from her family to take care of her and help raise my son while I worked. My wife eventually passed away, and I made a hard decision to live off of Social Security benefits, survivor's benefits, while focusing on raising my son. My son is now a beautiful 10-year-old boy who is neurotypical and the love of my life. With all of my childhood trauma and all I've had to overcome, I decided to find an occupation that would allow me to help people, but also be a profession where I couldn't have to worry about being employed. I got accepted into an extremely competitive physical therapist assistant program at my school. 120 applicants with only 20 accepted, and I just completed that program. Now I'm studying for my boards and will take those on 7/11 if I got that date right. What makes this significant in my opinion is that I have extremely poor fine and gross motor skills and extreme difficulty learning anything spatial. So I had an extremely difficult time learning physical therapy. The difficulty in this program helped me to accept my autism and embrace who I am. Yet, through extremely hard work and repetition, I have learned many techniques to treat patients and will be able to apply them with skill. It is ironic that one of my strengths that I'll bring to the table is my ability to motivate, relate to, calm, and make happy the patients I've worked with. When I worked at a short-term rehab center for the elderly, they'd be there 3 to 6 weeks. I got a reputation for being able to work with the difficult patients. I suppose I worked so well with patients with dementia, strokes, Parkinson's disease, etc. because I was able to assess their behavior and find ways to relate to them. I've been doing that all of my life, since I can't read external social cues well at all, and I could get patients to perform functional activities like practicing sitting and standing by breaking down instructions into small, easy to understand steps. I could do that because that is how I learned so many motor functions myself, especially in my physical therapy program. So while many would make assumptions based on the challenges autism presents to those who have it, understand that I'm going into a profession that requires good communication, extensive one-on-one interaction with patients, good soft skills, and an ability to use clinical judgment to best improve patient functionality. On paper this would not be a job for an autistic, yet this autistic plans to perform it very well. Believe me, I've had so many patients who were crying before I entered the room, only to participate in therapy and be left with a smile when I left them. I also had the interesting experience of working in an outpatient setting where I was given 2 patients who clearly had autism. Again, I was able to handle them very well and knew how to meet their needs. They needed extensive instruction in order to complete their exercise regimen, for instance. I don't want to present autism as all roses. I have my limitations. I have no real day-to-day friend I can go to discuss my struggles. I don't know how to really maintain a friendship the way a non-autistic person can. When I was doing my outpatient clinical, the spatial requirements and fine motor skills it required were so difficult for me that I had to shut down my personality extensively. Autistics use the analytical portion of their brain for socialization and to display personality, but I needed that part of my brain to learn and function to perform physical therapy. My clinical instructor was able to tell I was autistic, not something that would normally happen, but I was struggling to make eye contact and speaking with an extremely flat tone when I wasn't working with patients. I'm now recovering from that outpatient clinical and my personality is restoring back to normal. I wanted to share this since I'm going into a profession that few autistics probably have entered. I also wanted parents to know that they should not place their kids in a box and listen to what medical practitioners may tell them. Your child may struggle and things may come harder to them, but if they can reach down into their heart and with great effort keep on trying until they succeed at their task, they can meet their goals as long as they are realistic and reasonable. Don't focus on their disability, focus on their capabilities. My oldest son was born at 25 weeks. We lost his twin. He has a feeding tube in his stomach, and he's been diagnosed with autism. He'll be 5 in a few months. The long and short of it is, sometimes, not necessarily, just because it's exhausting on many levels, though that is a factor, but 99% of the regret comes from the fact that I feel like I've done him a disservice. He has reflux still, so he's prone to getting sick at random times. The little flap in his throat that separates your air and food/water tubes isn't up to par, so he has to wait at least an hour between feedings before he can leave his chair. He has a severe oral aversion from being intubated for so long in the NICU, so he eats solely formula and water through his G-tube. He has major issues with communication. The most frustrating part of this is that he genuinely has the skills, he just won't faking use them. That's been confirmed by several autism therapists and we are working on it. He's got some aggression we are working on, preferring to kick or smack at us instead of using his words. But then he does things we were told he would never be able to do. He's as mobile as anyone his age, which we were told might not happen. A couple of days ago, he told me he needed his diaper changed, and I almost cried because he's never done that before. He can count to 1 trillion. He can read by himself. He knows basic addition, subtraction, and even a little multiplication. He can spell at a level average to / slightly above his peers. Sometimes he'll ask for hugs or let his little brother kiss him goodnight. His therapist has been taking him on these outings with other autistic children in the area and their therapists. He's made a little friend who he played tag with at the park the other day. It's a roller coaster. Sometimes I'm so damned angry and bitter. I often wish I'd been able to abort his twin. When his amniotic sac ruptured early, I was just a week past the legal cutoff and given him more time in the womb. I used to wish he'd never been conceived because his life is so hard at such a young age and it's so fucking unfair to him. Sometimes I feel selfish that we kept him alive in the NICU, that we told the doctors to do whatever they needed to save him. But damn it, he's my son and I can't imagine life without him. He's made so much progress and I don't really have those thoughts anymore because I'm more hopeful he'll be able to eventually lead as close to a normal life as he can. When he was born, he weighed only a pound and we struggled for years to get him to put on weight. Now, he's actually on the heavier side of average for his age group. So, yeah. Sometimes I wish we hadn't had children. I regret a lot of things when I'm feeling very down or we are having a particularly bad day with him. But the fact remains that I love him and I'm not giving up on him. He's come too damn far for me to just wallow in self-pity and regret. Honestly, not once. It's not because I think he is a gift from God. We aren't religious at all. It's because my son, who has Down syndrome, makes my life so much better. I love him with all of my heart. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There are times when it is really hard, but it is worth it. Not only because he is worth it, but because he has given me a new outlook and happiness. The kid has challenges most of us will never understand, but when he is happy, man, is he happy. I think most people on this page rarely experience the pure joy he has every day. It puts everything into perspective and also taught me to live in the moment. Before my son, I would get stressed out about a work presentation or assignment, so much that I would be thinking about it at home. My son will never have work assignments like that. His version of a great success in life, working at a store, would be my version of failure, yet here he is, laughing hysterically in public about something we would never stop to enjoy. He has taught me to live in the moment, let go of the stress, and not care about what other people think. He has also been great for my marriage. I fell in love with my husband all over again when we got the diagnosis. My husband is my rock and my partner. It's like we now share a secret that no one else in the world could possibly understand. Sometimes we cry together, but mostly we smile. He is a wonderfully patient and loving father, and watching him with my son fills me with a new respect for him. We also rarely ever fight anymore. We would argue quite a bit before we had my son, who is 5, but I think my son puts everything in perspective. We are in this together. We'll be taking care of him for the rest of his life. There really isn't a point to bickering about small stuff, because we are partners on this journey. I'm technologically inept, so I don't know how to upload a photo here, but if you saw his smile, you would get it. The kid is pure joy. My life is better because he is in it. I'm a better person because of him. It is certainly not easy, but it is definitely worth it. My aunt has an 16-year-old son with autism. He still can't speak, enjoys clapping his hands loudly, banging things together, and yelling very loudly. This is his way of expressing overwhelming emotions. On the other hand, he learned to cook very well when he was 8 because he loves eating good food. He is very kind, loving, understands when someone is in a bad mood and tries his best to cheer them up, enjoys physical contact like hugging and kissing people, is so energetic all the time. My aunt is doing her best to give him all the care he needs, including therapies of all kind, school and the daily cycles that autistic kids really need. She loves her son so much, tries to educate people around him, make sure his 2 years younger son and him doesn't get bullied in school. Their friends turned out to be really smart and supportive, thankfully. She said she never wished to never have him, even though it is hard on everyone sometimes. He is a happy boy. The only problem is his younger brother. He always thinks of him as an extra responsibility and a restriction to his freedom. They are in same class in school, so a lot of times he has to take care of his older brother. I can't blame a 14-year-old kid for wanting to have his own life, honestly. But in recent years I saw him getting kinder to his older brother. He likes to hang out with him more than he used to. When he goes outside he buys his brother the foods he likes. He is accepting him more and more now that he is independent enough to socialize on his own. So parents never really regretted having the kid, although they do think it is hard sometimes. Sibling, on the other hand, is starting to accept him after 14 years. Me, having another cousin with autism from my maternal family, don't think of having any children though. If I really want a kid, there are a lot of kids waiting adoption. And if I can provide a good lifestyle and support, I wouldn't say no to adopting a mentally or physically disabled kid. I know that bringing another disabled kid on earth and making them suffer involuntarily isn't a good idea, but why not make sure the ones already born have a life as good as they can have? Have I regretted it? Yes, there absolutely been times. If I had to decide now, would I do it all over again? Yes, but I changed some of our decisions along the way. There was a period of many years where I almost certainly would have not done it over again, but thankfully we got through that storm, and who knows if/when there will be another. Unlike a broken arm, mental health doesn't just heal up and go away, so my perspective is different. Our oldest is Aspie/ADHD with mood disorder. The mood is what nearly killed us all. He's been in patient psych multiple times, mostly for self-harm/suicidal ECT, and is on multiple meds. Yelling all of the time, breaking things, banging his head, throwing things, threatening his brother, wanting to die all the time, etc. Can't even begin to put into words what that time was. Our youngest raised in a house with a screaming tantrum brother. That's all he knows. He internalizes it well. /s. Gastro issues with a feeding tube now. chipper but falls apart sometimes. It's a lot of weight. Yet when our oldest is good, he's amazing. He creates beautiful art and builds incredible mechanical things. When stable, he is actually happy. Good simply didn't exist for many years. We are getting there, finally, with meds, counseling, and him maturing. We have no idea what the future holds. Can he get a job? Will he go off the rails again? But for that, no point in worrying. What counts now is that I saw him laugh at my joke last week. Saw him build an incredible thing. The younger, creative, funny and smart. We are trying to get him his own life, not tied exclusively to his brother. Trying to get him to release some steam, and very importantly trying to get him into a place where he can eat foods again. We could have done better. We were feeling our way along as best we could, but this issue is a totally different animal than anything we encountered before. Many things we would have handled differently in hindsight, but as it stands today we'd do it again, differently. My third child was born with multiple internal defects. She has rare heterotaxy. Heterotaxy caused her to have multiple heart defects including DOV, dextrocardia, hypoplastic left ventricle, TGA, complete AV canal defect, pulmonary valve stenosis, and PAPVR. She has right isomerism asplenia, midline liver, intestinal malrotation, 2 right atria, 2 trilobed lungs. To date she has undergone a bilateral bidirectional Glenn shunting procedure and an open LADS to correct malrotation. We have also discovered she has low total IgG and IgA, which may require immunoglobulin transfusion. She has a fever protocol to go to children's ER anytime her fever is over 104/4 antibiotics. After her next heart surgery, the Fontan, she will gradually develop worse and worse heart failure until she needs a transplant. The circulation caused by this type of surgery also causes their liver to go bad. She's on daily medication and will be forever. She gets tired playing. My child is only 2 right now and honestly her defects were discovered too late for them to offer termination to me, even though I know it's routinely offered to kids with single ventricle hearts or heterotaxy. I don't regret having her. She's in the Beads of Courage program, so I have a visual representation of what all she has gone through, and it honestly amazes me how smart and happy she is despite her condition. It's been hard with her specialist visits and doctor trips, also seeing her go through surgery. I do worry about kids making fun of her later for her scars, and I worry there will come a time she will wonder why she's alive, but I hold out hope that technology will keep advancing, and her future will be better. Sorry for the long reply. TLDR, baby has multiple heart defects and internal deformities and I don't regret having her. My younger brother and I are autistic. He's been with me my whole life. I cannot imagine being without him. I've known since the beginning that I would be the one to look after him when our parents are gone. I do as much as I can to help him, which seems to be becoming more as our parents become older. For as long as I can remember, I have never wanted children and have been extremely career focused, most likely in response. I've always been very protective of him and have planning/thinking about how both of us can be happy since lives are so interconnected. I know in the future that I'll most likely have to stay here since it's what he knows and get the NDIS funding we need. I've accepted the fact that I won't get to live overseas, at least permanently, and that my dreams are on hold. He loves food, creating art, music, and sport. He loves the Wiggles, High Five, superheroes, Scooby-Doo, theme parks, traveling, so many things. For my birthday, he chose out this heart pendant, all by himself, because hearts mean love according to him, and it's honestly the most special thing to me. I love him, and it means the world he loves me, as showed with my present, since he doesn't tell us, and so long he's happy, I'm happy. My parents did divorce because of our autism a few years after we were born. Mum told me that the first few years were the hardest, since that's how long it took to teach him the minimum, so that we could build on that to get him to where he is today. She also said that I missed out on a lot of things growing up since he was, and usually is, always the focus. It usually doesn't bother me until I remember that there is a cupboard full of my brother's paperwork, art, drawings, carer documents, files, teaching materials, binders, and more in the garage. I've been talking to mum a lot recently about what I need to do to be ready to take over for her and how to do the things she needs to do for him. Mum said that there was a lot of pressure for me to help look after him, especially when we was younger, since dad wasn't around, that I didn't get to be kid much, and that it's too much responsibility for a child. Anyway, I guess that's enough of my rambling. Disabled adult, responding with how I think my parents felt. I have a physical disability. I do not have a developmental, psychological, or neurological disability, but I grew up in an area where they were all kind of lumped together, so that any baby/kid who was different was patronized, infantilized, or otherwise just not pushed or encouraged to mature in the ways that able-bodied kids were, so it took me a lot longer to grow up, and in some ways as an adult I'm still catching up to my peers, because I didn't really get the same level of physical stimulation, exercise, practice doing chores/adults, etc. that my friends did, and it is way harder to learn as an adult. My parents had a lot of worry and shame and absolutely zero skills to help them deal with a disabled kid. At some level, I think each of them thought along the lines of, this broken kid is my fault, so they babied and pampered and spoiled me. They weren't a good match for each other to begin with, but they and the other members of their families were totally unprepared for me, financially, emotionally, educational capacity, you name it. There was a lot of well-meant, but ultimately poor parenting choices made that absolutely led to their divorce, but also led to a lot low-key family drama, and to my having to physically leave the area to pursue any kind of maturing/independence. I think they would have had easier lives had I not been born. Don't get me wrong, my life's good, and I don't regret being here. I just think their lives, their family members, etc. would have had a greater quality over the 2-decade-ish span had they not had me. Parents with disabled kids reading this, my unsolicited advice to you, push your kids to become as independent as is possible for their mind/body. Make sure they know how to stand up for themselves and make their wants/needs known. Let them form their own opinions, and don't ever shame, mock, or argue against them in ways you wouldn't do to any other adult. Encourage them to use their bodies and to do chores, and to participate in community to whatever extent they are able. It will save you some amount of energy in caretaking, and it will allow them to lead much more fulfilling lives. TLDR, no, but we are tired. Apologies for formatting. I'm mobile. My oldest has a long list of issues. Down syndrome and heart defects being the biggest. I don't regret him, but I often wonder if we've done the right thing by bringing him into the world and having us as his parents. It took us 2 years to get the school board to agree to the support he needs. This year, the government decided that he was no longer disabled, so you can add back quote proving to the government that you can't outgrow Down syndrome to my list of things to do. My phone never stops ringing. There's always PT or OT or some professional calling to make yet another appointment, where they'll probably contradict what the last person told us. We fight with doctors to get him treated the way he deserves. We fight for support. It took us over a year to qualify for respite care, only we can't use our funding because the person we hire needs to provide their SIN and no one is willing to give that to strangers. He doesn't talk. He can sign some, but do you think that anyone but us is willing to learn it to communicate with him? It's being hypervigilant at playgroups, making sure that he's being played with, and stepping in to do it yourself when the kids aren't playing with him. I don't think kids should have to play with him, but it breaks my heart to see that no one wants to. He's the coolest kid. He loves dancing and playing ball and he survived more than any one person should have to endure, but goddamn, it's exhausting. I once saw a lovely poem quoted about this on the wall of a ward in Birmingham Children's Hospital. Welcome to Holland. I'm often asked to describe the experience of raising a child with a disability, to try to help people who have not shared that unique experience to understand it, to imagine how it would feel. It's like this. When you're going to have a baby, it's like planning a fabulous vacation trip to Italy. You buy a bunch of guidebooks and make your wonderful plans. The Carlysium, the Michelangelo David, the gondolas in Venice. You may learn some handy phrases in Italian. It's all very exciting. After months of eager anticipation, the day finally arrives. You pack your bags and off you go. Several hours later, the plane lands. The stewardess comes in and says, "Welcome to Holland." Holland? You say. What do you mean, Holland? I signed up for Italy. I'm supposed to be in Italy. All my life I've dreamed of going to Italy. But there's been a change in the flight plan. They've landed in Holland and there you must stay. The important thing is that they haven't taken you to some horrible, disgusting, filthy place, full of pestilence, famine, and disease. It's just a different place. So you must go out and buy a new guidebook. And you must learn a whole new language. And you will meet a whole new group of people you would never have met. It's just a different place. It's slower paced than Italy, less flashy than Italy. But after you've been there for a while and you catch your breath, you look around and you begin to notice that Holland has windmills, Holland has tulips, Holland even has Rembrandts. But everyone you know is busy coming and going from Italy, and they're all bragging about what a wonderful time they had there. And for the rest of your life you will say, yes, that's where I was supposed to go. That's what I had planned. The pain of that will never ever go away, because the loss of that dream is a very significant loss. But if you spend your life mourning the fact that you didn't get to Italy, you may never be free to enjoy the very special, the very lovely things about Holland. Written by Emily Perel Kingsley. TLDR, Italy is nice, but Holland is nice too. My nephew had a perfect storm of bad birth circumstances. Should have been a C-section, based on his mother's previous birthing experience, was a national holiday so staffing was an issue in the hospital, etc. Don't worry, the lawsuit came through. He was born not breathing, and had CPR done on him for over 20 minutes. As a result, he a happy beautiful young man of 21, with severe cerebral palsy who will never be independent, cannot feed, bath or anything himself. I have witnessed for the last 2 decades how my brother, Sil, and his older brother's lives have been totally sent on another path. They have had 10 nights without him in his life. My brother gets up every night and turn him to make sure he sleeps comfortably. Just only 2 examples. And although we all love our nephew and his parents have strived and managed to give him a great life, to me it is a case of grief with no end. Our father died suddenly quite young, and that is nothing compared to the continued, but quiet grief of severe disability. Endless worry and heartbreak for lives which could have / should have been, and what is to come. Suffice to say, when many of my friends chatted about their pending children's births with their health professionals, they discussed birth plans, comfort tactics, even music to play or visitor hours. But when I was pregnant with twins, I had only one question for my obgyn: what is the CPR rule at this hospital? Because I wanted it known then and there I didn't want anyone doing CPR on my newborn, if it came to that, for over 10 minutes. Let me preface this by saying, while I'm not his biological parent, I've had to take on a parenting role with my younger brother in the past decade as our parents age. Knowing what I know now, the best way to put it is that I empathize with the frustration mom and dad have felt, but I always sympathize with my brother for what he goes through on a daily basis. Due to a premature birth and multiple medications he's had to be on, my younger brother is mentally handicapped. He was born at 27 weeks, weighing in at about 2 pounds. He could quite literally fit in the palm of my dad's hand. His premature birth caused jaundice, which in turn caused epilepsy. His epilepsy is severe enough that he has multiple seizures, of varying kinds, throughout the day, every day. 1 second he'll be fine, the next he's on the ground. Or worse, he'll suffer an absence seizure and he'll forget how to walk and talk for a few minutes, and that can be pretty dangerous if he's outside or near a busy street. The medication he takes to manage his epilepsy causes wild mood swings, erratic behavior, severe depression, and we recently found out it has regressed his cognitive ability to that of a 6-year-old's. He's 38. I remember growing up, our parents telling us never to discuss his condition with anyone outside of the immediate family. You see, we lived in the Bible Belt at the time, and we were a part of a strict congregation that believed seizures were signs of demonic possessions. Moronic, I know. Additionally, both mom and dad wanted to parent him with different styles. Mom wanted to micromanage and coddle him. She wanted to compensate for the guilt she felt at causing his epilepsy. According to her, she feels her body betrayed her when it went into early labor and caused her son to suffer. On the other hand, dad wanted to be as realistic as possible and to teach him how to live with his condition, but because of his backward views on patriarchy, he never took a hands-on approach on raising him and relied on my mom to pass along his message, which she never did. The constant care, incessant bickering, financial and emotional toll tore apart their marriage. Not to mention, my brother is aware enough of his condition to be a very angry person. Add in the volatile cocktail of medication he's on, and he's constantly lashing out at my parents and using them as emotional punch bags. While both of them love him, I think at the very least, they resent him, and they are definitely frustrated about the overall outcome of their lives. When I mentioned this subject to him one day, all my dad would say was I thought I'd be done parenting 15 years ago. My mom on the other hand, is just a nervous wreck about everything. It scares her to think that if she were to go to the grocery store for 20 minutes she could come back to find her son dead on the living room floor. I visit home every few months, and every time I see them, they both look like they've aged years in a span of 6 months. Now that they're getting too old, my other brother and I are trying to decide what course of action to take when our parents pass. I love him dearly, but honestly, I'm terrified I'm going to end up like my parents. Had I ever been pregnant with a child that I knew would go through what he goes through, I would've had an abortion. It's not me, but my own parents. My younger brother's got severe autism and add to the point where he can't speak and wears a nappy and practically only wants to eat mints. He's tall, lanky, but strong as hell, and seeing how my parents had him when they were older, he's 11 at the moment, born when they were both 41. It was understandable very difficult to keep up with his high energy and demands. My mum had to quit work to take care of him. I had to look after him as well when I was a kid, so it was difficult to have my own toys and space. There's a 7-year gap between us. He's broken countless things and made my parents agree to never have kids again, but when he's not in a bad mood he's a sweetheart. I personally don't regret having a brother with so many problems because it's taught me to be more tolerant of people with disabilities. One of my closest IRL friends has ADHD and Asperger's and he's been bullied relentlessly for it, even if my life is going to be restricted when I'm older. But my dad on the other hand, I don't really know. He's a guy that says a lot without revealing what he actually thinks. You see, my mother passed away when my brother was 6, and taking care of a child 24/7 when you're working 45 hours a week is impossible. My brother is living in a care home now because it's physically impossible for anyone to take care of him. Grandparents too ill. I can't sacrifice my education and dad can't sacrifice his job, but he's happy there. My nan always says it's a shame and my dad always says I love him, but I wish I had a normal kid instead, which is understandable, but still sucks to hear considering that I'm not a normal kid either. I'm a teen with a few mental problems that he's not too tolerant with. I see him every fortnight though, and he's a lovely kid like I said, he just can't function. Still though, I don't think you can regret something that's out of your control. I always wanted a sibling. The fact that he's different doesn't change the fact that I got what I asked for. I have a daughter with Charged syndrome who is profoundly deaf, has physical developmental issues, heart defects and has had many operations as a baby. It has been hard. She's turned our life upside down, with us deciding both to change jobs, to be able to move to a city 400 miles away for my daughter to be able to go to a deaf school. Days can be tough, with her biting herself and screaming when she doesn't understand something, or just being destructive because she thinks it's funny. I have to watch her like a hawk every second, or she might break something or harm herself by accident. I have 2 other children, and I often say that she alone is the equivalent of watching 3 kids. But I would not change any of this for anything in the world. She is a ball of joy, quirkiness and just plain loves life. Even though we know she's physically suffering at times, she never shows it and pushes through like a champ. She taught us and her medical team that her limitations can be pushed and just beats all the odds. She's made her siblings and parents better people by showing them empathy and tolerance for others at a young age. The whole family has had to learn sign language and goes to a deaf school, and now my daughter can communicate her needs. Her smiles and cuddles washes away all the sheet from a bad day at work, where is now as a teacher of the deaf-blind. Thanks to her, we went all in for her, and in our case, it is worth it. So in short, yes it's tough, but I wouldn't change it for the world. Edit. It's hard to type on a phone. Sorry for another non-parent perspective, but I volunteer doing therapeutic horseback riding with children and adults who have mental and physical disabilities. It is something else to see these kids and adults light up when they get around the horses or the volunteers who work with them. It makes me sad to think or hear about how hard their lives can be outside of the arena, and I see the toll it takes on the parents. Tired, frustrated, angry, broke, etc. You have some parents who you'd think were the rider's grandparents because their kid is 45 but looks 15. I think about how insanely expensive it is to bring their kid for a 45-minute session that insurance doesn't cover and must be paid for out of pocket. I see the siblings sitting there bored or upset they had to tag along. I also see the siblings cheering on their brother or sister. These kids/adults all have such amazing personalities. Even the child who can only drool and giggle will make your day in a way you've ever experienced. With that being said, as someone who doesn't want children of any sort, if I happened to get pregnant and knew what the outcome would be, I can't say for sure that I would keep the pregnancy going. Not because I'm not strong or capable, but because I know what it's like to be poor and have to struggle monetarily and have a hard enough time being out in public without everyone staring and judging me because my kid is acting weird. These parents have some truly horrific stories of how people, especially other parents, have treated them out in public. My younger sister is mentally disabled, and she will require lifelong care from my parents and then from me later down the road when they can no longer care for her. She was born into one of the most loving families she could ever ask for. Not just me and my parents, but our extended family, church family and neighbors. Everyone just loves her. There have been some really hard times. She is nonverbal, so it can be very difficult, nearly impossible sometimes to figure out what is wrong when she cries, or has what I think are panic attacks. She has seizures, so bad so that she's broken multiple bones, and busted her head open more times than I can count due to falling. She is autistic. She cannot be potty trained. And what really sucks for her is that she is mostly fine physically, so she menstruates and has no idea why she feels like complete shit both physically and emotionally every few weeks. It's just so hard to explain how stressful it can be for a family. Yes, we love her to the moon and back, but I feel that if my parents could go back, knowing what they know, they would not have had her. For her sake and for this, it completely changes the life of the entire family. Not too long after I got married, my dad flat out told me not to have children. And I knew why. My husband and I had already made the decision to be child free, but hearing that from my dad really broke my heart for him. Don't get me wrong, the good times are good, but it can change in a matter of seconds, and there's no way to know it's coming. My 4-year-old has autism, but it wasn't something that was obvious until he was 2 or so. He was a perfectly developed child until about 20 mo, when he regressed. After lots of testing, doctors have determined his condition is genetic, passed on from my husband. The catch is that my husband carries the exact same mutation and is neurotypical, so even if we'd known to test for the mutation during pregnancy, there'd have been no way to know for sure of his condition ahead of time. I don't know if regret is the right word. There are days that are more difficult than others. My son is nonverbal and that's a huge struggle. It's also resulted in my 2-year-old being speech delayed. I used to be active duty army and had to let my contract run out to be a stay-at-home mom. My son attends a special needs preschool, receives speech once a week, and gets behavioral therapy for 2 to 3 hours every day. I've had to turn down 3 very well-paying job offers because there'd have been no way to balance it all. My husband is gone at work 12 hours a day. We have a 3-week-old baby. I feel bad for my 2-year-old. Between her brother's needs and the newborn, and my general exhaustion, she's definitely feeling neglected. I feel guilty because I haven't been able to find that balance yet. Sometimes I wish things were different. I wonder what it'd be like having a normal child. But since he's my oldest, I honestly don't know any different. This is a life, and I don't have the freedom, choice, or luxury of giving up. I asked my mother about this once or twice. My brother was born with spina bifida and hydrocephalus and no one knew of his disabilities until after he was born. She told me that she had to mourn the death of the healthy baby she was expecting and readjust her thinking for this not healthy baby. She was told he wouldn't live more than a few hours and that it was a mercy let him go. After a day, he was still hanging on, so they advised her that it would be a mercy to not give him any food, that her child at young doesn't know what food is yet so won't miss out. She had the priest in to bless him and told the doctors to go fuck themselves. That would be a cruel way to die. For most of his life it's been an ebb and flow of sickness. Sometimes he'd go through years without any major complications, only to be struck down when some part of his body decides it's time to give in. We have a running joke in our family that he is 25 plus 9 years old, 25 being the last major health scare where the doctors said he'd die. My mother is his full-time carer. She turns 60 this year and has her own long list of health issues. Who will die first? That is a question that I'm sure runs through the minds of my other siblings. And then what? If it's my mother, then who will take on the responsibility if my brothers care? He not exactly the easiest person to get on with. He can't live independently. He never grew past the selfish teenager age. The hydrocephalus has caused brain damage. We are currently playing the waiting game with his health. He needs surgery, but the doctors don't want to operate. Too high of a percentage of a bad outcome. I asked my mother a while back if she would have aborted him if she had known at the time. And she said that, at the time, knowing absolutely nothing about the Rocky Mountain that she'd have to endure, that no she probably wouldn't have. She would have taken the chance. Cause you never know the severity of the disability until you experience it. But after all this time knowing what she knows and going through all she has with him, that yes she probably would have. And I asked, what about me being born 3 years after my brother? Would you have aborted me if you had found out I had a profound disability? And she said that they had given her the option. I've made a throwaway for personal reasons, but I've read a lot of comments that have made me hurt/cringe a little inside. One of my children requires 24 hours intense medical supervision. His condition was not known in utero, and he was full term etc. Our life changed dramatically the moment he was born. While it is challenging, I can say that he has made me a completely better person all around. Early on I noticed that there are two types of parents that care for children with severe disabilities, those who thrive and look fantastic, and those who fall apart and look like they themselves are on death's door. You really need to make a decision and choose what group you want to fall into. Here are a couple of things that I have learned about having children. A child's success largely depends on the parents. At the end of the day, doctors can only predict so much. In utero tests can be false/not reliable. Remember that there is no such thing as a perfectly healthy human. We can only really accurately predict syndromes with obvious genetic markers in utero. While we like to think our current understanding of genetics is quite advanced in predicting illness, we are really only on the cusp of understanding how genes work. I believe that if you are having children, you need to be responsible enough to deal with anything that can happen. I'm not against aborting, I'm just for being responsible. If you are concerned about giving up your life, that is not traveling, you are not ready to have children. Being a parent is all about sacrifice. But don't worry, a lot of things you think you will miss, you won't miss at all once you have kids. Some children born with disabilities grow up to be successful, while some healthy children grow up to be drug addicts. Life is random, and being the best support you can to your child swings chance more in their favor. Don't confuse your needs with your child's needs. Having a disabled child quickly makes you realize how selfish we really are. Woe is me doesn't get you anywhere, and it definitely doesn't help your child. Having a disabled child is hard on a marriage, but I think to a large extent it will only magnify any problems that existed beforehand. Many comments on here have an air of superiority, that is they speak as if their life is more valuable than that of a disabled person. This is a dangerous way to think. Consciousness is a sliding scale, and it is nothing more than discrimination to think that you are more worthy of this life than someone who is different than you. This post is merely for my own catharsis. 16 years ago, when I still lived at home, my brother and his wife had 3 children. Being the pieces of crap that they spent many years trying to sell their children to various family members for money or drugs, and transitioning in and out of jail and prison. So the 2 children that were actually my brother's, my mom divorced, and I took in to keep them from that life. This is where the story begins. Over the years I've watched and helped my nieces grow. Throughout their lives, the people that bore them, I wouldn't call them parents, would constantly pop in and out of their lives, leaving a string of broken promises. This caused a lot of turmoil for them, and each developed their own series of coping mechanisms. First it was just trust, then crying and anger. Fast forward almost a dozen years and my mom is getting older and can't live on her own in the big farmhouse. So we convince her to sell and move. Well, she sells the place and moves temporarily in with my uncle, who has a big place, while she finds a new house. This is when my one niece really begins to act out an enormous disrespect and malice towards others. So finally my uncle has enough and throws her out of the house. My wife and I, being the people we are, decide that the streets are not the best place for a 14-year-old. So we take her in. At first things appeared to be better. Her grades improved, and she was really doing well. Then my wife and I had our baby. Things tuned ugly. She started acting out more. She even told my wife she shouldn't have had a baby. The disrespect and anger towards us grew. She stopped caring. This, plus time, has driven a rift between us. Her daily disrespect has grown, and she's constantly being punished. She seems to talk to any boy man online that gives her attention or fills her head with sweet nothings. This culminated with her having sexual relations with a 20-year-old boy. That was it, the breaking point for us. My wife and I are just so sick of it. This is by far and large the biggest mistake we have ever made. My wife and I constantly argue about her, and even teetered on the brink of divorce several times. We have made sure my niece has seen counselors when she started cutting herself. We've even gone through community mental health to get her more help. We've signed her up for a behavioral boot camp to help her work through her issues. But this is it. This failed experiment is over in June. We've given her until the end of school. But then she's gone. My wife and my daughter don't deserve this. I can't have our daughter grow up with this sort of example. So yeah, not your typical parent regret, but a guardianship regret. TLDR, I have 2 sons with disabilities. I love my family. My oldest son has a syndrome that is usually completely debilitating for people. Frequently physical deformities of missing limbs, mental handicaps to the point that they don't learn how to swallow food. The syndrome itself develops randomly, no family ties, everyone rolls the same dice. But when he was born, we didn't know about the syndrome. What we did face was his near fatal brain hemorrhaging within minutes of his birth. We were so fortunate he survived and didn't need surgery. A year later we find out he had this syndrome. It took a while to diagnose because it is rare. He isn't missing any limbs and he doesn't have the debilitating mental handicaps. In fact, a research university studied his DNA because he is so much smarter than other people with his syndrome. They thought he may help lead them to a gene therapy for others. But there was nothing different about his DNA. It turns out that brain injury that nearly killed him occurred in the part of the brain most affected by his syndrome. Since it happened so young, his brain basically rewired itself around the malformed parts. His brain injury seems to have actually made him smarter and much more cognitively able to enjoy life. My son is the most delightful, happiest person I've ever met. Always smiling, laughing, joking around. Always trying to help people and spend time sitting with you and learning new things. He hasn't escaped challenges, though. I doubt he will ever be on normal school curriculum and needs an aide with him all day at school. He can't express himself verbally very well, but is improving to now speak in short sentences, sometimes. But he has such dark brown eyes that they appear as black as his pupils, and even strangers remark that when he looks into your eyes it's like he pierces straight through to your soul. He seems all at once to see you for who you are and accept you for what he lacks in verbal speech. He can communicate even more richly with his eyes and demeanor. I don't know if he will ever be able to have a job of any kind. He will probably live at home his whole life, although my wife and I still hope somehow we'll be in a position to let him have his own apartment type space on our property someday. We don't own anything like that now, just rent an apartment. My son has taught me more about life and love than I ever could have experienced without him. We had 2 more sons, with 18-month gaps between the 3. My third son is autistic, but fortunately on the higher functioning side. He may be able to move out of the house someday, have a job, etc. My middle son is such a blessing for the natural love and patience he has for his brothers. They are best friends, and my wife and I couldn't be more proud of them. My wife has taken on most of the added effort needed to help our 2 sons with special needs. She's honestly smarter than I am, and could be earning more than me, but she genuinely wants to stay home and help them be the best they can be. That limits household income pretty drastically. But she's more patient with that than I sometimes am. She spends part of each day at school with them, and after school takes them to endless therapy and specialist appointments. Then she learns what exercises they are doing, and does them at home each day with them, between appointments. She treats them with such love and respect. I love my family. There's always an adventure to be had together. Bad things happen, and some of the ugliness of reality is that many of those things will never go away. But I keep learning from my wife and kids that when we stick together, we always come out stronger on the other side. New parent of twins here. They are only 11 days old at this point. One of my boys came out perfect. The other one came out with what's now been confirmed as spondylocostal dysplasia, a rare skeletal dysplasia caused by a mutated recess gene. His ribs on the left side fused and didn't grow properly, stunting the growth of his lungs. His right side only has 8 of 10 ribs, and the vertebrae in his neck are round and angular, causing his neck to collapse. He is currently in the NICU on breathing support due to him not being able to expand his lungs enough, so he just constantly has a very high respiration rate. Now I'm not sure what the future holds for him other than that we have been told that it's going to be a long road. Since he isn't mentally handicapped, we've been told that he will have a normal life in that aspect, but since he is physically handicapped, it just means that his milestones will take longer to achieve. He most likely won't play sports, won't be able to stand up straight, potentially might always be on O2, and will be extremely susceptible to illnesses such as pneumonia, etc. He has a long road of procedures ahead of him, but the care he's been getting is amazing, and I'm incredibly grateful for everyone who's been involved. I know it's just the beginning of this long journey, but I don't regret it. I won't lie, I'm terrified. I'm terrified to try to have more kids, because it's a possibility that this happens again. I'm terrified that I won't be able to provide him with the care and love he needs. I'm terrified how other kids and people will treat him. But I don't regret it. We will love him intensely and grow stronger as a family and learn to adapt to his unique situation. Disabled parent of disabled child. My disabilities were not all caused by the pregnancy and birth, but some were, so occasionally I regret having had a child, any child, for my health's sake. That's fleeting and usually happens when I'm in a lot of pain. My son is autistic. I knew the chance of him being autistic was high before I was even pregnant, as he comes from a line of obvious autistics. I've talked to my mill and it clearly goes back further than I've seen, 4 generations. He's high functioning, a bit of a genius, a putter smartpants, a rules lawyer, and he has a couple of minor physical problems too. They're much harder work than the autism. They require meds, adaptations, checkups and so on. But to be honest, his being a teenager is the worst part, and that's got nothing to do with disability. Teenage boys are not delightful, on the whole. Mine's one of the nicer ones, judging from my friends' experiences. He might be less nice if he were neurotypical. He might not. Who can say? He's had supportive education after a rocky start pre-diagnosis, admittedly. He's got lots of opportunities ahead. He's about to start work experience with a company that is interested in employing him long term and has other autistic employees. He's got a couple of friends and gets on well with most people, and he hasn't had a full-on meltdown in 2 years. Minor anger issues, but no worse than my NT brothers were as teens. TLDR, I occasionally regret having been pregnant because it messed up my health. I occasionally regret having had a child because ugh teenagers. Otto we got off lightly with his disabilities and once he's an adult I think he'll be okay. My son is autistic. Is it incredibly difficult? Yes. I myself am physically disabled and autistic, so when my son had violent meltdowns I often get hurt. I have little time for myself and don't get to do any of the fun stuff I see other moms doing, and I'm exhausted most of the time. Also, I got pregnant in college, so I don't have a degree and am limited in what I can do because of my disability. So money is a serious issue. Do I regret having him? Never. Despite the many challenges and the bad days, having my son has made my life a million times better. He's one of the sweetest, kindest people I've ever known. He struggles in some areas, but is amazing at math. His brain is different than most people's and that's a good thing. The world needs people who think differently. I'm beginning to figure out ways to make things easier for both of us. For example, I draw a story showing him what we'll be doing the next day because changes and transitions are very hard for him. I encourage him to be himself and do things like stimming that help him, no matter what other people think. When he is well behaved, he earns beads. If he breaks a rule he loses some. He can trade them in for a toy or some other treat when he earns enough. He's never going to be a normal kid and that's fine by me. I wouldn't trade being his mom for anything in the world. Just because someone looks or acts differently doesn't mean their life has less value. If you disagree, then, well, I hope you're able to open your mind and realize that the world needs all kinds of people and all kinds of minds. I have an 11-year-old son with ADHD, oppositional defiance disorder, anxiety, bipolar disorder and autism. I've had so many times in the past 4 years since he was diagnosed that I've said to myself I should have known, because looking back there were so many signs that something wasn't right. He stopped sleeping, right, and taking naps at 19 months. He wouldn't eat certain foods, would scream if the wrong foods were touching. He didn't say mama until he was nearly 3. His speech was incredibly delayed. More than that, he was very behavioral. He would sometimes scream just to scream, or he would be quick to lash out angrily. I got hit a lot when he was a toddler. And then there was the defiance. I remember all our family members would joke about how headstrong he was, or bullheaded or stubborn. They'd say he just likes to do his own thing, but his own thing included drinking chemicals or repeatedly trying to touch the stove, no matter how many times you smacked his hand and told him no. He hated the word no. He would never sit in timeouts, or stand in the corner, or do anything you'd ask him to do. Every single thing turned into a battle of wills. I kept thinking it gets better, it has to, like eventually the torment of the terrible twas and horrible 3s and horrendous 4s would disappear, and he would even out, and things would be fine. When he started school though, that's when we knew for certain something was really wrong. He refused to do any of the schoolwork, he wouldn't stay in his seat, he would get violent and tear apart the classroom or hit his teacher. I would get an upward of 10 phone calls a day from the teacher or principal. In kindergarten alone he had 32 suspensions. We worked our ass off to get to the bottom of things. We had him tested for ADHD and got him on medication as soon as the diagnosis was confirmed. But it still didn't fix things. Sure, he could focus on his work, but he didn't want to do the work. He was still always tearing apart the classroom or running out of the school. After another solid year of that, with an increase in his defiant and aggressive behavior, we reached out to the local community mental health center to have him seen by a psychiatrist. That was when things finally started falling into place. He was diagnosed with OD and an unspecified mood disorder. That's what they tend to call bipolar disorder when they are too young to be diagnosed with it. And he started doing therapy and taking other medications. Things got easier, more manageable. We had a great team to help us learn proper coping tools for managing the behaviors. It still took another year before his final diagnosis of autism. The whole time we had been hoping that it was the other behaviors that caused him to have a hard time managing his autism, but it was the complete other way around. His autism exacerbates his other illnesses and makes them worse. He'll be pissed off, but doesn't know why he's pissed. He'll fight you tooth and nail about everything you try to get him to do, and then he'll flip out because he's mad at himself for getting bothered. It's constant cycles. For 3 years we've been on this journey of constant med changes, psychiatrist visits monthly, IEP and bit changes at the school. Has boarded hospital stays. We've had to call the police numerous times. I've been hit, kicked, punched, headbutted, slapped and bit more times than I can count. He constantly fights you about following any kind of rules you implement. My house often feels like a war zone. I sit in the aftermath of it sometimes, when he's done tearing the home apart and kicking holes in things and I've been called a faking beach for the dozenth time. I sit there looking around and think, what did I do to deserve this? Like the pity party throwing wine, as that I sometimes am. And then I think, if it's this shitty for me as an outsider, how must it feel for him to be going through it? He didn't ask for this either. I will tell you what his illnesses have taught me: patience, compassion, a tough as faking nails approach to any situation, the ability to handle constant change, and a passion to do every single thing I possibly can to guide him through this. His mental illnesses have outlasted my marriage, divorced 2 years ago, because of the strain of having a child like him. They put a tremendous amount of strain on the new relationship I'm in, and I often feel a lot of guilt for the toll it can often take on his 9-year-old kid sister. I worry she'll feel responsible someday. I worry I made her life harder and she'll one day resent me for giving her a brother like him. But in spite of all that, I've never wanted to give up. I couldn't dream of giving up on him or not wanting him. He has the biggest heart you can imagine. When he loves fiercely. When he's proud, the whole world feels like it cheers for him. Every I love you is special. Every hug has more meaning. I don't know what his future holds, and of course that scares me, but it's still an adventure I want to go on with him. I'm his mama. It's my job to love him, even when I don't like him. I will always be in his corner, swinging for him. I've made myself believe that I won't ever have a reason to regret him, as long as I do the very best I can. My brother, I don't know what his situation is called, but he is now 27 years old. I'm 21. But his conscience, that of a 5-year-old. He cannot speak. He merely utters mama and papa. Here's the thing, dad died when I was 11, and mom passed away 2 years ago in a motor accident. What I heard, since I'm living with my aunt, is that the baby wasn't fully developed, and the doctor urged mom to get an adoption, but since it was her firstborn, she chose against the decision. When I was a kid, I always wondered why my brother is this way, but I never stopped caring for him. Right now, since no one can take care of him, he cannot wash his ass or eat properly with his hands. He is improving in this area. When I was a kid, he had some autistic behavior, still does sometimes. Example, used to take 2 glasses and fill water in one and then another. Laughs when someone sneezes. Really, he's just a kid inside. Is very kind. Always helps out. He understands language and gestures. When asked for my back, he'd get it. It caused a lot of trouble for dad and mom. We tried several treatments, but did not work. Maybe they thought he'd improve. In my opinion, this will not happen. His conscience cannot change. I really would love to discuss his situation with a doctor when I can hold on my own. But my mother always loved my brother. She never cursed him, always took care of him. I cannot always see him now, since he is in an institution for such children in another state. But I wish to bring him back and live with him, since all he needs is his family. I meet him maybe thrice a year, and he is always sad/angry when sigh. I'm a father of a special needs little girl. My wife and I adopted her when she was 3.5 from a country in Eastern Europe. We are in the US. She had a malformed brain at birth, is nonverbal, epileptic, lots of gastrointestinal issues, sensory processing disorder, has poor balance and coordination, and is completely dependent on us for everything. She just turned 11 and operates at roughly a 1-year-old level. When things are good, they are very good. When they are bad, they are extremely bad. Her brothers were initially excited about getting a sister, but that excitement didn't last, and over time they didn't want to be much involved with her. She doesn't really acknowledge others, so wasn't much of a companion. My day-to-day interactions with my wife revolve almost completely around the struggles and literal battles for our daughter's care. Battles with nurses and doctors and insurance, not each other. It is super stressful, and while I could give so much more detail into how bad things are at times, and how we are truly isolated from the outside world in our home, there are such joyful moments with our girl, that I could not imagine being without her. She needed a family and deserved love, not to be left in an orphanage. She has thrived much more than she would have thanks to being in our home. Are we well aware that one day she will have to go into a group home or something when she gets too big for us to manage? Yes. Would life be simpler and more full for us without having adopted her? Maybe, maybe not. Most likely, yes. Do I regret adopting her? Might depend on which day, or which moment of any day, you ask. Generally, no, though many times, when the challenges get exponentially worse I wish I could escape. My colleagues look forward to the weekend. I can't wait for Mondays. Work is less stressful, and I isolate myself fairly well in my home office. Hey, one I can actually answer. Late to the party, but I'll post anyway. When my son was born he had a stroke. We aren't sure what caused it, between my wife's very hard labor or maybe the suction cup the doctor used to try and get my son out. Either way he has cerebral palsy, so half of his body isn't as strong as his dominant half. He started to have seizures, infantile spasms, around the age of 2 to 3 months. Lucky we caught it early, and he began treatment. He was on a few different medications, and also lots of doctor visits. He hasn't had a seizure in a year and a half now. We take him every day to see physical therapist to help him with fine motor skills, also speech therapy and a few others. We have to work with him every single day to teach him how to use his left side. It's hard to see friends' children that are running around and even picking up a ball with 2 hands. My son does not use his left hand, and for the most part keeps it tucked into his side. I hate that I'm angry at an innocent child and their parents, just because the child is normal. I'm mad that those parents never have to worry about the things mine is going through. I struggle daily with it, and know it's so wrong, but am also grateful for where my son is at today. He is 2 now, and is walking and saying a few words. He can feed himself, and seems pretty normal, except for his weak left side. The wife and I have it much easier than some of the parents I see in his classes, but it's still a constant worry. Will his seizures come back? Will he come to lead a normal-ish life? I might have rambled on a little much, so now I should answer the question. I struggle daily wondering if I could have prevented this somehow by asking more questions to the doctor instead of just being silent. While sometimes I don't regret having a child, at the very same time I do. It's a back and forth I will forever struggle with, because like most parents I just want my son to be normal and enjoy normal stuff. I don't want him to be different when he gets older and understands that he can't do the same things other children can do. I have so much respect for parents who deal with disabled children and wish all the best. My husband and I adopted our daughter at 4. She has FASD, ADHD, rad and odd. We're almost 10 years into being her parents now, and while we both love her fiercely and will do everything and anything it takes to raise her up to be an amazing well-functioning adult, it's a very hard and very lonely world. Every day is a fight. Most conversations are argumentative and mentally exhausting. A good example, 10 minutes ago my daughter walked downstairs, stood by the wall clock, and asked what time it is. I said look up. She refused and snarled at me 4 times just to tell her. I said you can do it. She snarled, stormed up the stairs and just slammed the door, and screamed at me from her room. That was my first interaction of the day with her. This is our normal. She can't keep a friend. She says really mean things to them or hits. She has a very negative, glass half empty view of the world. So we have to be mom/dad and best friends, and it is so exhausting. I don't live near family, and when I have nobody can ever handle her more than a day here or there, so my husband and I never get a break. When I try getting parental advice from my sisters and mom they can't relate to what we're going through, and always say they've never dealt with that issue. I sometimes dream of running away and living in a quiet, happy, sunny little apartment all by myself, but I always stay. On a positive note, my daughter is silly, goofy, very compassionate to animals, a huge hugger, tells me I'm an awesome mom, and she is really glad we are her parents. So do we regret it? Some days yes, some days no. I mostly miss the ease of my 20s and the carefree life of being child free. I love my child, and you do what you have to do. I'm so lucky to be going on this journey with my husband, who is also my best friend in the world, who makes me laugh every day, and tells me daily I'm beautiful, and he loves me. We have 3 sons with autism, ages 10, 7, 2. Among them several other DX, ADHD, anxiety, depression, selective mutism, learning disabilities, language impairment. I'll answer right off the bat, no regrets. In fact, we already knew the first 2 had it, and slugged through 4 miscarriages in 3 years, to get our 3rd son. If we were regretting the older boys we wouldn't have kept going. Obviously most of our stress and heartache involves what they go through, that's a given. So please don't think what comes next means it's all about me. It's not. But as for my own selfish parental stress, it's living in this in-between space, where no one gets it. This thread reinforces to me that we have it pretty damn good. My kids are fairly high functioning, and might live independently someday, time will tell. And I'm rather in denial about the 3rd. I knew he had high risk as male younger sibling of 2 on the spectrum, but I thought the evaluations would show it's just speech delay this time. We'll have to wait and see if he outgrows this early DX. So I feel that we don't really belong to the special needs world when our kids have abilities and opportunities that many of the kids in this thread don't. That makes me feel guilty. But we don't belong to the typical world either, because sometimes our kids' disorders take center stage and prevent us from doing things normal families do. For example, it's difficult to socialize with other families in the neighborhood. I love the idea, kids running wild through the yard, parents enjoying beer and conversation. But it often ends badly for us. We've had to make dramatic embarrassing exits more times than I can count, because one of our kids majorly melts down. Eventually the invitations become few and far between. I know it's easier if they don't have to worry about our kids. Same thing happens with any lessons or sports we've tried. Our kids can't handle it. They love soccer and baseball, but can't hack it in regular leagues. But while we'd be welcome at special needs sports leagues, our kids function at a different level. Because they look typical and often act typical, people expect a lot from them compared to more noticeably disabled kids. Like a classmate of Fizz with Down syndrome. We all cut her so much slack, because we know she's doing the best she can. Her appearance signals that she's different and everyone remembers to be kind and patient. I suspect some think my kids are just whiny brats when things start to go south, because they look so normal and surely must know better. My husband and I feel very isolated as a result. We have grown distant from a lot of friends, and don't get to participate in many things we like. Babysitting is an issue. For years, my oldest had separation anxiety. We felt like assholes as the babysitter literally held him back, as he sobbed, screamed, and struggled to reach for us, just so we could go, have dinner with friends, catch a concert, etc. Our marriage is still strong, but it's tough to keep it that way when you rarely get kid-free time together. That separation anxiety extended to school too. The school counselor often had to restrain him as I drove away in tears for leaving my hysterical child. We are lucky in so many respects. Great public school, great support from Easter Seals and other agencies. Our boys are so enjoyable much of the time. Sweet, smart, funny, curious, adventurous. The good days are great. The bad days are rough and make us feel so alone. Ungrateful for the fact our kids are so high functioning, but inadequate compared to normal families. I don't regret the kids. I wish it were easier, but I really can't say I've ever imagined or wished for a life without them. Very late to this thread, but we have a son who was born with a very rare chromosome deletion. I'm talking one of about 20 to 25 cases ever reported. The first few months of his life were the toughest. Feeding tubes, therapy 5 days a week, surgeries and just a lot of the unknown. Doctors didn't think he would walk for a few years and they weren't sure about his cognitive abilities. He's 5 now and thriving. Riding bikes, eating a ton, talking our ears off, and is simply an amazing kid. Do we have challenges? Absolutely. He can sometimes have a hard time processing questions. He has low muscle tone, so even things like writing his name is tough. He is still in a diaper, but will pop in the potty. He has tough moments where he gets frustrated because he wants to do something right the first time. There's still so many things he needs to learn, but he can learn. Do we regret having him? Not one bit. However, we were a little reluctant to have another child because we just weren't sure what would happen. When I became pregnant again, the first 13 weeks were agonizing because we didn't know what to expect. We ended up having genetic testing done, and testing showed he was typical. We aren't religious, but we do believe in God and prayer. However, we aren't having any more children. We try to be as realistic and practical as possible, and know that 2 is what we can handle, and having another child would not be smart on our part. My daughter is handicapped, medically fragile from hospital neglect killing her twice. It would take 30 minutes just to type all of her problems. Have I ever regretted not taking her off life support? No. It is a hard life, but she is my only child. Sometimes I go through depression, but I still have my kid, who is the most determined kid you will ever meet, and is actually overcoming a good portion of her problems. Everything takes longer for her to learn and do things, but she is learning and not giving up. Also get told a lot it's hard to tell she is special need and medically fragile at all, which is huge to hear sometimes and needed. Money is non-existent, dating is pretty non-existent, but we go out and interest her as normal as possible. She still has some issues in crowds, but we are working on that. It's 24/7 all day every day for her care, but she is worth it and wouldn't trade her for anything. The only thing I would change would have been the hospital I gave birth at that caused her to have these problems, and change in pretty much the entire birthing process and where she was delivered. If I could do that, she would be a normal kid, but with asthma, that's all. She has had more surgeries than anyone could imagine, but they have been what let her live and thrive when she wasn't given a chance and was told to pick a casket out. She is worth it and always will be, so don't regret the decisions I made to give her a chance, and she is taking them all headstrong and more. My son is 12-year-old with Downs, nonverbal, still in diapers. This is a tricky question for me. Honestly, had I been more in tune with myself, I wouldn't have had kids at all. I was 18 when I had my DTR, who just turned 18. I was 25 when I had my son, who has Downs. He's a cool enough kid and I like him, and he's a sarcastic little sheet, which is crazy given he can't speak, which I'm almost grateful for, because I'm sure he'd be in trouble all the time. I'm not a kid person in general, and like to be off tinkering in my garage or working. I've been lucky to marry an amazing man who is a great squishy parent and takes care of most of the kid issues in our home. He adopted my little dude and we've done the same for the big one. They both have the same sperm donor, but she did not allow her birth parent to get out of having to pay support for her. She calls it out, right, and says my husband is her dad, my ex is like an uncle, and I'm the fixer in the home. Often I'm given props for having a challenging family. My husband had a stroke years ago which has some residual effects, but I don't know any different from the life we lead, and I'm so hands off, which I do feel guilty about, but struggle to change, that in the end, it doesn't really make much difference in my day-to-day life. Given the job I have seen many kids with special needs needing placed as parents become elderly, and know they could done so much better in a group home setting, that we plan to have little dude go on to one when ready. He gets incredibly bored during the summer, when there's no school, so I know as an adult the activity and social support in a group home will be the best for him. It also gives me hope of regaining some of my own freedoms I looked forward to having when kids generally move out of the home. All this to say, overall life is pretty easygoing, and in reality my 14-year-old stepson will be our problem child. I never cared if I had kids at all, but my ex desperately wanted them, I think, only because he thought he couldn't. Our first kids were IVF. One is autistic, the other has epilepsy that doesn't otherwise affect him. The third was conceived naturally and has ADHD that won't quit. I don't regret it for a single second. My life is crazy, it's fascinating. I'm learning every day, problem solving, finding joy in successes, finding solutions from failures. The hard part about having an autistic child isn't the autism at all. It's having doctors that don't understand autism, teachers that don't care, school systems that don't stay current on how to educate and train their staff accordingly. It's fighting the schools for everything your child deserves. The same goes for ADHD to a lesser degree. Crotchety teachers who don't believe it's a thing. Fighting for accommodations that work, etc. At home, we do things differently than families that don't have a kid with a disability. It's a normal, so we don't regret what we don't know. I pull my hair out sometimes, sure, but never once have I regretted it. That hair pulling is for them. I want to help them have happy, fulfilling lives, and I don't want to fail them. Edit. To add that my biggest fear is dying before I finish my job and leaving my autistic daughter especially alone with people who don't understand or care to. I can't bear to think of how it will affect her. I don't regret having him. He's a really good person who is funny, thoughtful, kind, etc. Of course he also has his negative traits like everyone does, but on the whole he is a better person than most able-bodied people I know. He just happens to have profound disabilities that make it impossible for him to walk or care for himself without a lot of assistance. What I do regret is the fact that now he's an adult and obviously still needing a high degree of care physically. My husband and I are gradually becoming less capable of doing that. Our bodies are just wearing out. My back and knees are shot from all the lifting and manual handling, and I'm only in my early 40s. I also worry a lot about what will happen for him when my partner and I are dead and gone. Our other children are going to face a choice that wouldn't exist if not for their brother. And I know my children, they will take on his care and make sure he is never alone or stashed away in a care facility. Which is great on the one hand, because he will always be surrounded by people who love and appreciate him and have known him all his life, but on the other hand it is a huge undertaking to be responsible. And I feel bad that my kids, all of them, my son with disabilities and my able-bodied kids, will have to deal with it. Most of all I regret that my body failed him while I was pregnant and that I burdened him with these disabilities when he should have been born without them. He tells me about dreams that he has where he's running and can feel the wind blowing in his hair because he's going so fast, and how he wishes he could just stand up and walk like everyone else, and it just kills me. I personally don't regret it. There are hard days, but compared to other parents that have children with more serious disability I feel like I make a mountain out of molehill. My almost 5-year-old daughter has high functioning ASD and a little sensitive to sound. She is a general happy child and extremely bright. She recently had her second assessment for IEP with a psychologist, and the psychologist that has been doing it for 30 years was amazed at her abilities. She didn't identify the color brown, but then explained to the psychologist that it was actually a lighter shade of brown tan. She has the most difficult time with socialization with other kids, but she still made friends because how goofy she is, how bright and happy she is. Once in a while she will be triggered where she screams a lot, and her peers will cover their ears, or she run around the classroom screaming and cause concerns from other parents dropping off. It was really hard seeing her like that and imagine all the difficult time she will have as a grown-up figuring out this crazy world. With all this being said, I'm so very grateful at least my daughter is happy. I've seen so many stories of other parents in my support group or even my co-worker struggling with their child, where my co-worker is a single mom with a daughter with serious anxiety, where her daughter will cry and ask her to go to the hospital, or keeping her awake. That must be mentally exhausting. There are other parents where they worry about their other children's safety because that one child is very violent and feel absolutely awful asking for support as they decided if they should institutionalize their child, send them away, and or just generally extremely tired and exhausted from their daily life mentally and emotionally. I do not know if those parents regret having children, but there are always good days like a nonverbal child finally said something, or bad days where you are at your wit's end and feel like if you should get some outside help because you feel like you or your family are falling apart. All I can say, everyone experiences things on a different scale and different in how serious it is, but all I can say is I rather have a child that is happy than one that is depressed, angry, sad, or very violent, where those feelings coming out is very tiring to deal with on a daily basis. It will eat at you faster. PS. Typing it on a phone, sorry for any errors. My daughter is 6 and has a genetic epilepsy condition called Dravet syndrome. Because of her condition I left my job as a wildland firefighter, where I had been for 9 years. Thankfully my wife is a nurse and has enough income to support our family, and she works for a healthcare organization, so we have free healthcare. Without my wife, I have no idea what we would do. Anyhow, our daughter has many struggles. She misses a lot of school, has to see her 3 specialists every other month, if everything is going well. She takes serious medications, she has a hard time communicating, and can't play like a normal kid. She can only play for 10 to 15 at the park on a cool day, none at all if it's hot, since a body temp increase can trigger a seizure. She can't play sports, though she does do ballet. She wears a special smartwatch to track her muscle activity and recognizes certain patterns. This is paired with a smartphone she takes anywhere she goes. She doesn't get to play games on it. She has a service dog in training and motion sensing camera. Even with all this, I rarely sleep more than a few hours a night. No, we don't regret having her. However, I did get a vasectomy. Even if our second child was perfectly healthy, growing up with a sibling that has Dravet syndrome would be really rough. I'll throw this out there. I have a daughter, she is only 9 months old, and has a rare genetic disorder that both my partner and I carry a defunct gene for. She has to have a special diet and blood tests twice a week her whole life, and as long as we are careful she will be fine. Sadly it's very scary, but it's our life now. Once she is grown and developed, the risks of brain damage and growth defects are very minimal, but she will have trouble with getting pregnant and other things, but we will cross that when we come to it. I wouldn't change her for the world. It wouldn't be her, and I love her. Every kid we have has a 1 in 4 chance of having the same condition. I know it's not the same as a severe disability, but it's damn scary and could develop into one. We've talked about future kids and I'd rather roll the dice, as I want them to be who they will be. I feel if we get some form of IVF to stop it, I'm losing the kid I'm meant to have. It's probably selfish, and I need to think about it more. On the other hand, I feel lucky as we had a cystic fibrosis scare, and I'll take this any day over that. Regardless of the problems, she lights up my life and I love her unconditionally. Sorry for the long post, hope it helps someone.